this always happen with Rebecca? There's always a technical issue. Okay. Everybody else, no problem. I just already know. Flip it the other way.
You want it this way? I thought you told me the other way.
There, perfect. Don't move. No, I'm just kidding.
This is propped up by a box with an AC remote. It's all
That's
crazy.
Good. No one needs to know.
So I started off in the short-term rental business, and at that time, for me, it was an Airbnb business, not a rental business. And started off, I would say about a little over 2 years ago now. Was doing it as a side gig. And probably, I would say, before I met Jay, we probably had around between 10 and 15 properties. After meeting Jay and after talking through the opportunity that was there, and this is now about, I would say, almost a little over a year.
Yep.
Is that right? Yeah.
Yep.
This is over a year later. And now we have over 65 properties. And we have systems and people in place, and we're actually running it as a business, not a hobby. So pretty incredible.
Do you remember that conversation? We were at that hot dog place, which we need to get back to, by the way. And I told you very clearly that I don't think you understand what you have.
Our business back then, which was when we had the 10 to 15 properties, we were actually, I do know this. So we were making around, I would say, $100 to $120,000 a year. Mm-hmm. And now this past year, without it even finishing, we're over 2 million. So that's the impact.
So it's worked.
We're on Airbnb, VRBO, HomeAway, Booking.com, and Pillow and Coffee, our Pillow and Coffee website. The neighborhoods that we're in downtown, we're in Koreatown, Echo Park, Silver Lake, Hollywood, East Hollywood, Beverly Hills. So yeah, we kind of span across the region. And I mean, for us, with the information that we've learned from Jay and the skill sets that we've developed, I mean, we've been trying to stop growing, and we've been trying to stop for a long time. And
right.
The owner just they're very interested in working with us, and once we develop that relationship, it's just been rolling in because they see what kind of owner operators we are as well. So for our owners, I mean, whenever they have vacancy, they call us first. Whenever they're buying a building, they call us first. They say, hey, is this going to work out for you? Is this something interesting? And I've talked to them before, and I mean, the owners that we work with, they're business people, obviously, as well. And most of them are self-managers, so they understand the amount of work it takes into managing a property. And when we've come along and we've shown them and talked them through the process of when we're managing and operating your buildings, we're treating them as our own.
Right.
This is a business for us, and we plan for it to succeed. So when we do that, and we could show them how we furnish their apartments with brand new furniture and make it look more beautiful than when they've even had it before. When we tell them how often that we're doing inspections in the properties,
yep,
and the technologies that we're using to know what's going on in the property, I mean, at first they're confused and they're like, wait, how are you doing all of that? What are these things? For them, it's a no-brainer at that point. We're doing regular maintenance, preventative maintenance on their property. So all these things that they hear, they know they should be doing that, but they're not. So they're like, oh, well, if you're going to do it, then even better.
Right.
I mean, so the experience we've been having, and I mean, we've been growing from referrals, purely referrals. We don't look for properties. We look for good owners. Right. And they've referred us to all of the other owners that we work with. And I mean, they do that because they're having a good experience and they want to share that with their friends that might own property as well. So we have a ton of different types of properties as well. I mean, we have everything from really, really small studios. They're probably like less than 300 square feet. And then we have like 3-bedroom houses in Beverly Hills as well. And we've really kind of honed in on who we're serving and what we're providing. A lot of this is understanding who you serve, which is what Jay teaches. It's the foundation.
Yep.
It's the foundation of any business, to be honest, especially real estate. So when we understood that, and when Jay like drilled that into our head, he's like, no, nothing else matters right now, because it's just going to be, you're going to be backpedaling later on if you don't set your foundation. I mean, so that was really, really important for us. And that is how we choose the properties we do go into or don't.
Jay Massey is a full-time real estate investor. He's an entrepreneur.
He also teaches people how to find deals, raise capital for real estate investments.
Meeting Jay Massey in person, you'd think he's just a regular guy. He's got jeans and a t-shirt on and a pair of sneakers. But he's built up a multi-million-dollar empire.
I hope you do have an empty notebook, because it's going home filled.
Jay gives back so much value that I've never seen.
Now, at this moment, when I'm looking at the kitchen, things are going through my head.
You want to be friends with him, and he treats you like you're the only person in the room, even though it's for the benefit of everybody.
This is how, when you ask yourself, how does Jay do it? This is how.
He tells people that they have to take action, and they have to take action now. I took the action, and the results have paid off.
What happens when the marketplace understands who we are and how we go out there?
Okay, do me a favor, for those of you who are here, hey, go ahead and type a 1 in the chat. Type a 1 in the chat. That way I know you can hear me clearly. Just want to make sure that that part is going well. For those of you who are just now joining us, feel free to go ahead and tell us where you're from. Excellent, excellent. I see the ones. All right. Just trying to get it right on my side so it doesn't sound too weird. There we go. Excellent. San Diego in the house. Fort Myers, Florida. Excellent. So that covers the East and the West Coast real fast. That's awesome. Excellent. And then, you know what? Let me double check just to make sure one more thing is working properly here when it comes to sharing the screen. Yes. Okay. Perfect. This is gonna, it looks like things are gonna work well today. Excellent. So, hey, Geraldine. Oh, the UK is in the house. Excellent. Thank you, Nala, for saying something. For the rest of you, if you are also outside of the US, please make sure I see that clearly. Otherwise, I doubt any information that is specific to a particular country is not something that I am likely to go over. If you are outside the US, and I do not know that you are here. So Nala, thank you for letting me know. Otherwise, I would not. With that being said, hey guys, how you doing? Hopefully things are going well. If you haven't already, go ahead and download your workbook. That is, boom. Yes, you should be able to have that right now, because you're going to want to follow along. You're going to want to keep that with you as we continue throughout the day. Now, you probably, if you haven't yet, you will soon, can hear the sounds in the back. The sounds in the back. There's an ADU being built in the back, and apparently, since we've had a lot of rain out here in California, they're going to work today. They're going to work today, and they're going to work right now. So if you can hear that, that's what that is. All right, just so you know. And there's nothing I can do about it. All right. With that being said, go in the chat if you can. Do me a favor. Tell me the location. Location is where you intend on operating your short-term rentals if you are not already. Number 2, how many short-term rentals would you have in the next 12 months? Okay. If you had 0 questions, if there was nothing in your way stopping you from pushing forward for those short-term rentals, how many would you have over the next 12 months? And then give me one thing. That's number 3. Question number 3, give me one thing that you want to make sure that you walk away with today so that I can give it to you. All right. So let's see. We've got location, number of short-term rentals, and one thing. You should be able to see that very clearly at the moment. Everything looks like it's working well. As I said before, go and grab your workbook at cashflowdiary.com/workbook. Also, for those of you who may have joined late, know that there's no recording or anything of like that available. No replay. If you want the recording, you can actually purchase those over on the Eventbrite page at cashflowdiary.com/masterclass. You'll be able to purchase that as a separate add-on, and these will be mailed out within 72 hours. All right. Oh my goodness. And let me see. Where are we going with that? Okay. So by now, yeah, you've had the opportunity to get your workbook, I hope. And if not, it's okay. You'll still be able to download it. Just click the link at the top of the chat. Let me explain what's going to happen today. So basically, the goal today is to give you what it is that I know that you need in order to get through what is technically the first 4 steps of 11. There's 11 steps total to running a short-term rental business, but the first 4 are going to get you through what we call phase 1. The first 4 get you through phase 1. Phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. There are 3 phases to the business, and short-term rentals. A lot of people get stuck in phase 2, and we'll talk about that in a second. And then phase 3 is where you begin to purchase additional assets. So again, phase 1, you're just trying to get 1 unit. Phase 2, you typically are going from 2, 10, 20, 30. You heard Rebecca talk about 65. Long story short, they went well over that number. And you can too, right? It's a matter of understanding business structure systems, learning to use them, and putting them together. So said another way, when put together, we expect using our system for you to be able to take your current annual revenue or income and have that become monthly number. And then with phase 2, you're into learning to run the systems. The systems are going to help you be able to do so on less time. So in the first page of the workbook becomes the standard thing that we are looking for when it comes to how to build this business right there. Okay. But before we get too far into that, let me make sure. Boom. There we go. I want to make sure that everybody is on the same page and that we're all going in the same direction. There are a number of things. There are 3 big things that I want to make sure that you guys get from me today, if that makes sense. There are 3 big things. Okay. And I'm going to tell you what those are here in just a second. So what it comes down to, though, is there are many things that we're all trying to accomplish, right? That's not a secret. Nobody's here because they're happy with where everything is. That doesn't mean you lack anything. It just means you could want more, right? And in order to do that, sometimes we are obliged to do things differently, different way, etc., than we have done in the past. So here's what I want to stress. Today, there's basically 3 formulas. And by the time we're done with these 3 formulas in general, you will have not only the understanding of what to do, but also some of the why to do the things that you need to do. in order to make this business work. So let's get ready. I was going to say, let's get ready to rumble. That's pretty funny. All right, let's go over here. So there's 3 formulas. I'm going to write them out real fast for you. Well, 3 formulas. Is it formulae at that point? I don't know. Whatever. So here they are. You know what? Is it P1 plus? Now, for those of you who didn't like math, it's okay. I promise. It'll be all right. Is greater than or equal to 1, then you're like, what is he doing? 1 plus 2 plus 3 equals P. Whoops. Yep. Equals T. E. M. And then if A equals C, and if B equals C, and equals E, and then lastly, many of y'all have heard me talk about this one before, LC. Oops. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is that I've just given you the outline, not only of the presentation, but believe it or not, these 3 formulas are the 3 formulas that will help you build and are the basis of a multiple 7-figure short-term rental business. It doesn't feel like that just yet, but we're going to go through these formulas. Why we're going to go through them is so that you have exactly what you need. You're going to end up, like I said, with what you need to get through through phase 1. Phase 1, for those of you who have 0 units at this moment, 0. Well, I'm going to give you what you need today in order to get to the place where you have exactly the ability today to go get your first unit. Now, just a little quick for those of you who I've never met before, which I assume is more than one of you. Hi, name is Jay. I'm out here in Southern California, so in the United States, and I've been in the real estate space for a while now. And I've had the pleasure of operating a long number of short-term rental units in Southern California and Dallas, Texas, and other states, other places. I've owned and done a lot of types of real estate deals, from your single-family houses to your apartments to land to what was that? To commercial retail to cell phone towers. And what it comes down to is it's cash flow, having money come in, more money come in than go out without working, and working being defined as contributing your physical labor. I've had a privilege of being able to do this now for a long, long time, what feels like a long, long time, and at the same time, helping others to do the same. So hopefully that's what you're looking for. And if so, then you're in the right place. Now, today, what we're going to do is we're going to give you what you need to get started in the short-term rental space. Also going to answer any questions that you might have, either getting started or this, that, and the other. So you're going to want to type those in the chat as soon as you possibly can. The sooner, the better. We're going to give you some frameworks, or in this case, formulas to use so that you can understand not only where you are in the business, but what might be missing from your business in order to help you earn additional revenue and or money. All right, so let's see some of what we've got here. So, hey, Sarah from Atlanta. Oh, that's right. Hey, Judson, Los Angeles, Charlotte. Oh, you didn't say Charlotte or Cleveland. Goodness gracious. Okay. Okay, Judson. He's going to be everywhere. Got it. So we got Vallejo in the house. So that's cool. Ah, Hiya. Wow. Long, long time no talk. Long time no talk. So glad that you were here. Let me see. Geraldine, I would like to expand to North Carolina and South Carolina. Okay. We currently have 2 properties that we own in Southeast. Okay. Georgia. I would like to build up to at least 12 properties. We've been for 3 years. I would like to do arbitrage first, then own the others. Well, okay. So Geraldine, perfect. Okay. Well, I'll tell you the parts that are perfect. The parts that I consider perfect is that you would like to do arbitrage first, then own the others. That's exactly what we do here. Okay. Now you're not going to like anything else I'm about to say, but that's okay. I'm fine with that. So there's a process to your expansion. There's a process to your expansion. Typically, when you're going to want to work with systems and structures, you want to make sure that you can reach a point of operational leverage. What is that? What do I mean when I say that? I want you to be able to not have to keep rebuilding the same thing over and over and over again. And you want to be able to have more throughput, or reservations in this case, with the same amount of fixed expenses. You want to get to that point to where your expenses get fixed, such that now when you're adding on, that add-on is literally just an add-on. It doesn't, the amount of cost for per dollar of reservation, your contribution margin basically goes down, to use the accounting term. So that way you're earning more money as a net profit situation. Why am I saying that to you? Because that number is usually 10. Before you go to any other place, I would want you to have 10 locations in one place, then go to another place. So for example, in Long Beach, had 10 in Long Beach before, another 10 in LA neighborhood, another 10 in Orange County, and another 10, say, in Dallas, and another, if that makes sense to you, that's kind of the idea, is that you want to start as close to home as possible, number one. Number two, and you want to put yourself in a position such that you have operational leverage. Because when you're building things like your storage unit, your cleaning system, your maintenance team, your construction team, your emergency team, all of these things, those are expenses to the business, and you want to have them be close together, because if they're spread apart across the city, what's going to happen is it's going to get too expensive to do some of the most basic things, and you'll be put out of business. So I want you to really pay attention to when we start talking about the third formula, because the third formula helps you diagnose this, but also shows you in numbers, in a lot of cases, how these things work. So Geraldine, your question, right on time, in your right spot for that. James, how you doing? Fort Myers, 10 units, knowledge to obtain and expand. No problem, James. Let me say this. While you guys are typing in the chat, the one thing that you want to make sure you get out of today, here's what I'm going to say. For those of you who are looking for 1 or 2 short-term rentals, we're not the right place. Not at all. We are best for those who are looking to have 2, 20, 40, 10, maybe 8. You want to actually have scale. When I say things like your current annual income moving to monthly, that is exactly what a system of this kind will build for you. And then learning how to run that system over time, so that your daily contribution in the business, not on, hear what I said, in the business, is no more than 1 hour. Those are 2 separate things, 2 distinct phases of phase 2, 2 distinct stages of phase 2, where you get to build the infrastructure necessary, right? And receive the time back, because that's really what it comes in down to. This business is front loaded in terms of time. So I just want to say, when you say obtain and expand, I'm with you. I want you to do all of that and more. Okay. So Leslie, how you doing? So it's at Grand Rapids. We got another from the UK, it looks like. And Geraldine is saying that's fine. Okay, good. So you're not mad at me yet. Perfect. You're not mad at me yet. All right. So let's attack these formulas, and let's go ahead and get ready. For those of you who are ready, just do me a favor, type in the chat, I'm ready. Like, give it to me, Jay, because we're ready to make this happen. Now, all right, let me see. There we go. Awesome. All right, so these are the 3 formulas. I want to go over these formulas as a way to make sure that you have what you need to then do the things that are necessary as it relates to the short-term rental business. So we're going to take apart, we're going to take apart the very, very first one right now. So the very, very first formula right now. So that's what we're going to do. Let me see if I can expand it just a tad. There we go. There we go. That should work out for you guys a little bit better, and me as well. All right. So here we go. I see that I'm ready. So I like it. I like it. I like it. All right. So we're going to take apart the first one, and here's the concept. Here's the idea. The general concept is this. So first of all, you got to know what each of these, so we're starting right here. Each of these variables mean and or whatnot. Now, for those of you who didn't like math, here's what I'm going to say to you. Math and money are the same, right? So if you like money, you like math. But now you like math, right? So we're going to start with P1, right? P1, you're like, what is that? Well, that is simple. That's going to stand for peace, P-E-A-C-E. Okay, P2, very simple, is going to stand for profits. Doing pretty good with this right here. And then P3, that's going to stand for purpose, purpose. Then we've got to figure out what T, E, and A are for. Okay, T is time. E is energy. A is attention. Okay. So let me say this differently. If P1 or peace plus P2 or profits or P3 or purpose is greater than or equal to 1, then the sum of those equals time, energy, and attention. Here's my point. One of the biggest challenges with your short-term rental business, or getting started with it, or building it, or expanding it, is simply your focus. It's simply your focus. It's the distraction versus intention conversation. How do you know where to put your time, energy, and attention? Time, energy, and attention. Well, here's how I define it. First of all, any one of these, P1, P2, or P3, peace, profits, or purpose, it's a yes-no equation. Does this add to my peace? Does this add to my profits? Does this add to my purpose? If all 3 of those are 0, then it does not get my time, energy, or attention. Again, P1, P2, or P3 can only be 0s or ones. It either adds to your peace, adds to your profits, adds to your purpose. If it does, great. Then if it does not, it does not get your time, energy, and attention. For example, ladies, when you guys are pregnant, it takes a lot of time, energy, and attention. You are intentionally adding to hopefully your purpose, right? Or maybe it's your peace, however you see it. My point is, it doesn't happen over a night. It happens over many nights, and it is a consistent application of time, energy, and attention in order to then bring it to fruition. Yes, this is no different. This is no different. Your short-term rental business is very much the exact same thing. It will take a lot of time, energy, and attention at the beginning for you to then build what it is that you say you want to begin to receive those benefits. You're gonna have to you're gonna have to conceive the baby, which is a mental thing, right? Which is what I'm gonna help you do now. You got to conceive it before, and then you got to, what's that? Nurture, gestate. It's got to then grow and become, got to get born, got to get there, got to get to the place where you have your first reservation. And then you've got to nurture it and help it along, help it grow up. And this is going to feel like you're doing that with each individual unit until they can stand up on their own and go and do. And that's fine. That's perfect. That's exactly how it should feel. If it feels, so what does that mean? That means if your kid is 2 or 3, you're not upset that, you haven't taught them piano lessons yet, and they can't play, what is it? Cannonball in D on they can't do it yet. Well, it's because they're only 3. I'm also saying this to those of you who have been doing it a while and feel like you're stuck and you haven't been able to go that fast. It's because, yes, you still have a toddler that has to grow up. Businesses have to grow up. You have to grow / parent your business such that it grows up. Why am I stressing this? Because there's 3 levels. Someone write this in the chat. 3 levels of CEO. Get ready. Write this in the chat. 3 levels of CEO. Everybody gets to start at level 1. Level 1 is simply Chief Everything Officer. You're doing everything, and it feels that way. We're going to talk about that in just a second. Okay. Then you become CEO, which is Chief Executive Officer. So an executive is delegating. Okay. And that becomes the major skill set that you are working on as a CEO, delegating, making sure that others are doing the thing that needs to get done. And then last is Chief Empowerment Officer. The Chief Empowerment Officer is where you eventually want to be, because now as CEO, you are raising up leaders. You have put in training systems, recruiting systems, hiring, firing, SOP, standard operating procedures. So that now what's happening is the organization can do its day-to-day thing without you. So hear what I'm saying. It can do the day-to-day work of in the business completely without you, because you've got leaders in place who are not only can do all the things, but also hiring, firing, adapting any policies or procedures. You've got all of this wrapped up. Now, if it sounds like that's going to take a while, Jay, then that's true. It is going to take a while. This is also what I just said is why we're not good for those of you who just want 1 or 2. Some of the stuff that I say, if all you want is 1 or 2, which is, again, it's completely fine. It's yours, right? Don't just because I say all you want is 1 or 2, don't think that's a bad thing. What it is what you want, and that's fine. And I need you to make sure that you keep that. But a lot of the systems and structures that we're going to share with you are designed to get you to Chief Empowerment Officer level. And by the time you get to Chief Empowerment Officer level, you're going to have 30, 40, 50 short-term rentals or something like that, which again is fine. Okay. I just want to make sure that you each understand that that's where I'm coming from, is to take you from where you are to get to the point to where you can have, I don't know, 40, 60, 80 beds running, 80 beds running. And it take none of your day-to-day time so that you can still go do other things. And by the way, at 80 beds, you're probably doing 1, 2, 3, somewhere close to 200, maybe even 250 reservations on a monthly basis. And we can get into some of the numbers in just a second. So remember, if P1 plus P2 plus P3 is greater than or equal to 1, right? Then it gets your time, energy, and attention. If it doesn't, it's called a distraction. If it doesn't, it's called a distraction. If the formula does not equal 1, that is called a distraction. So that means every choice that you are making, even the choice to be here right now, the choice to participate by writing in the chat, the choice to actually take notes on something, the choice to all of these individual choices stack and either work for you or against you. And either way it goes, the first person that you are confirming, the first person that you are selling is ourself, yourself, you. Because and if you don't believe it, none of the things I'm about to say are going to matter. To be very specific, whoops. Let me see. Let me go back out. Where am I going with this one? Okay, right here. To be very specific, I want to bring up what's going on for many of you right now. When I first started in business, what have you, when I first started in business, I was squatting in bank-owned property. Now, that was actually the second time that I was homeless. So second, so it's been there before. The difference, though, in this time was there was more kids. There was wife. There was, my ex-wife who, when pregnant, could not eat or drink. So that's a challenge. And I have a PhD, public high school diploma. So I didn't have a college degree, still don't have those things. And what it came down to is, how do I feed everybody? Here's why I'm bringing this up. When we're experiencing a difficult time, in the back of my mind, in the back of your mind, the first thing that comes up are the things that we are weak at. Weaknesses often are the thing that we're thinking about, what we don't have. Let me give it to you differently. When we're presented with an opportunity, we think of all the reasons why we can't do it, why it won't work. And all of those reasons tend to have to do with something we know about ourselves that is not functional. Therefore, I could never do X, Y, Z, or I am not this X, Y, and Z. And this is what I'm going to remind everybody, including myself. The marketplace does not care about your situation. It only cares about your solution. Let me say that differently. If you were going to the hospital and you were bleeding, we're going to the emergency room. If you walked in there, okay, first of all, you probably wouldn't waltz, you'd probably be going faster, but either way, you're going to the hospital for a reason. You're going there because you're bleeding. You don't stop to ask anybody what their grade in biology was, when's the last time they washed their hands. You don't care. Right now you care, do you have a solution for this, whatever this is, if you're bleeding, etc. That's what you care about. That is the marketplace. If that sounds cold and you're like, but my feelings, then this is also the wrong place for you. The marketplace does not care about your situation, nor does it care about your feelings. It only cares about your solution. Well, how can I have a solution, Jay? Well, you do. You just don't think of it as a solution. And that's what I'm here to do today, is to help you understand that you do have a solution. So, for example, when you are looking at this right here, so you've got your E, what is that? E, B, and then you've got your S and the I. E, B, and the S and the I. If you've not seen this before, this is the cash flow quadrant made famous by Robert Kiyosaki. So do you see this? The E and the B is employee and the business owner. The S and the I, that's the self-employed and the investor. And various different times throughout your journey, life, etc., you're going to have income coming from all four of these quadrants, if possible. But eventually, many of us set the goal to have the majority of the income instead of coming from the B and the I quadrants only. So what does that mean? That means you are operating a business using that free cash flow to build investments. And that's exactly what we're going through here, right? So I want you to have a clear vision of what it is that you are intentionally building. So what we're intentionally building, helping you to learn how to build, is the B, business, and I, investor situation for yourself. What does that mean? How you view things matters. For example, when I say, or as an employee, when you're thinking, oh, I need to make more money, sometimes your answer is, I need to get more hours, or I need to get a pay raise, right? That's the answer to getting more money. When you're self-employed, so think like a loan processor or loan officer or attorney or something with a license, you think, I need to get more clients. This could be a psychologist, a doctor even would fall into this category, because you are still applying your labor to the actual work in the E and the S, okay? So the B and the I. The business owner is thinking, okay, how can we ship more units and serve more people, right? Because that's what it takes. And what other systems can we refine or build to make it more efficient, which should be the thought in your head as it relates to short-term rentals, in my opinion. Now, when I say that, I'm also saying the system, write this in the chat. I don't care who, write this in the chat. The system is the service. Write that in there. The system is the service. You're also gonna write something else down in just a second. The investor is using capital, right? Using some form of capital to have capital come back. So maybe it is dollars, right? 100,000, a million, whatever the dollars is, 10 grand. And from that 10 grand, they earn money that comes back. So it's not just a return of the principal, meaning the original amount contributed, but it's also return on, of and on is typically the idea. Here's the thing. What it comes down to is understanding that inside your business, or that your short-term rentals are a business. It's not a side gig. It's not a hobby. It's not an Airbnb business. Okay. That is not the case. Not at all. Because you want to treat it as if it is exactly what it is. And otherwise, you're going to get hobby style checks. Hobbies tend to cost money, not really make us money. And what we want to do is take this and turn it into the thing that consistently makes us money. So, Leslie, thank you for putting that in there. Same thing with you, Judson. I appreciate it. The system is the service. So remember, P1 plus P2 plus P3 equals TEA, time, energy, and attention. Without intention, nothing happens. You cannot make it happen. You will not solve the problems without being intentional. You must be, I must be intentional. If I fail to be intentional, I am distracted by default. That's it. There is nothing else. Okay. It's either intention or distraction. Now, where is that on the next one? Or did I put that on the first one? 1 second. There's one more thing I want to show you guys before I go into this. Let's see. Okay, so it has to be over here. At least I thought it was. Oh, there it is. Okay. Right here. So I'm drawing emphasis to the smallest, we'll call them tiniest decisions that we make on any given day. I want to draw your emphasis to each and every decision that you're making every day, because what we want to be on is the success cycle. That's what we want. We want to feel that success, by the way, is really a feeling. Okay. So just keep that in mind, because when you feel confident, when you feel good about anything, you will do more of that thing. When you feel confident and good about doing more of that thing, what ends up happening, if you do more activity, you'll get more results. And if you do more results, you feel successful. And then you feel more confident. You keep doing it over and over and over again. This is the entire point right here. Is, Jay, if I just had XYZ, because this is how we typically say it, if I had the money, if I had the time, if I knew what I was doing, if I had whatever I feel I lack, I would be more confident and do more things and have this. Because it typically sounds like if I had the money, I would have more real estate. If I had the time, I would absolutely have more passive income. If I had the, this is what we believe we're missing in order to feel confident, so that we can then justify doing the activity so we can create the result and feeling successful. That's typically how we treat ourselves right there. Okay. The reason I'm bringing this up is because we tend to wait until we feel 100% confident before we start doing any activity. Someone typed this in the chat. Start before you're ready. Start before you're ready. One more time. Start before you're ready. Here's my point. One of the things that you must, this is not optional, do is become comfortable with failing. Your relationship, my relationship to failure experiences and the process of failing, AKA not getting what you wanted, when you wanted, how you wanted it, etc., is what we are defining. And that's an event. That's just, you did not get what you want, the way you wanted it, when you wanted, or from who you wanted it, etc., etc. That's just nothing but feedback. Please hear what I am saying to you. It is feedback. When you can put failure and feedback together, now you're able to receive that feedback and make an adjustment. One of the best things about the short-term rental business is that it has a very, very short feedback loop, very, very short feedback cycle. So what does that mean? That means you take the information from the review. If they say, hey, this place was great, except it was always cold. I wish there were extra blankets. Well, what do you do with that? Well, what you do is you take that feedback and consider, should we go get extra blankets? And then you've got a whole procurement process to follow, right? Figuring out what blankets, why those blankets versus XYZ and colors and all this other stuff. But that's further down the road. My point is feedback. That review is feedback. There's nothing wrong with it. And all our lives, mine included, we've been getting quote unquote free feedback from the environment that we're in, the friends that we're hanging around with, the people, how they react to you is feedback, right? That then informs us of, hey, maybe we want to make some changes or not, just depending on, do we like the result, right? And it's your judgment that matters here, not mine. It is, let me say that differently. It's your definition of success that matters here, not mine. Most of the time, we make success way too difficult for ourselves. What do I mean by that? We say, I will be successful when I've earned $1 million, or I'll be successful when I get my first short-term rental. Well, what about making success? I'll be successful when I make my bed. Something I can do today. You have the capacity, possibility of being able to pull this off right now. When I brush my teeth or make one phone call to a landlord. Okay. Success, make it easy. I know it sounds like a game. Yeah, it good, because it is. Because when you feel confident, you'll be able to do more activity and therefore have a result and feel successful. But it is your relationship to fear and failure that it will hold you back. Okay. Training, what you're doing right now, what I'm doing with you, will help you feel more confident. Many of you are going to feel more confident in the next few minutes than you have, even if you have been doing this business a long time. That's a result of you paying attention, typing in the chat, taking this seriously, confident, so that you can take more activity. Because I'm going to give you what you need in order to make this thing work. So here's also why I'm bringing this to your attention. I went the wrong way with that one. That was supposed to be a zoom in, not out. There we go. So is this right here? This right here. KTMC. You're focused on what you don't have. Well, what about what you do have? What do you have, right? I think we all have the things that I think all of us have, everything that we need. We just don't think about it in that way. That means knowledge, time, money, and credit. These are the 4 components inside a transaction. You can typically draw this line right here to split knowledge, time, money, and credit to 2 different people. In its most simplest form, 2 different people bring the 4 resources together in order to then build or have X, Y, and Z. I was, for example, I was at the movie theater yesterday, and because I wanted to see Dune, right? And while waiting, I ran into the executive producers of a new movie that's coming out with Kevin Costner, Horizons. Anyway, was talking to them about the process of being an EP, because that's something one day I think would be fun to try to do, is, make a movie. Anyway, so as they were talking about it, one of this came to mind: knowledge, time, money, and credit. Knowledge, time, money, and credit. Why? Because I don't have the skill set to stay behind the camera, direct actors, and do those things. I don't have that. It's a very specific skill set that takes knowledge and time to develop. I don't possess singularly all of the money and or credit to be able to pull off a movie. Well, the executive producers tend to put together that capital stack, if you will. They're going to then hire, fire, all of this. They're the money behind the thing. And there was 2 of them. And that's just for the money and capital. And now 2 people funding and raising capital with really all of that for 1 movie. Well, in this case, they actually shot 2, but that's another story. So with Warner Brothers. So the money and credit, that doesn't mean they have to know how to actually act or anything else. Direct. They don't have to know how to do any. They don't have to be a gaffer. They don't have to know how to run the cables. They don't have to do any of those other things. Knowledge and time put together. That means all the people with the skill, the trades, the SAG cards, etc., come together. Ta-da! And now we can make this movie happen, right? So the things that you want to receive, achieve, see are they're broken. You can break them down in knowledge, time, money, and credit. Knowledge, time, money, and credit. And you only need to bring one thing to the table. All right. In a lot of cases, sometimes you're going to use your time first to gain new skill. And now with that new skill, then you'll be able to attract the money and or the credit that you desire. I mean, you might have heard of phrases like there's no, what's that called? Good deals find money, or, there's no such thing as no money for a good deal. Now, in fact, more of you have access to money and capital than you actually think. All right. And the whole point is to go through these 3 phases, as I mentioned earlier. You're going to get one, then get more than one, and then you're going to start to buy assets. Okay. You want to start to buy assets that you can hold on to and then eventually pass down. All right. Why am I saying this to you? Because another phrase I like to say, get ready to write this in the chat. Ready? Here it is. An asset a day keeps poverty away. An asset a day keeps poverty away. Because what you want to do is you want to intentionally build intergenerational wealth, right? Now, you've heard that phrase or something like it before, I'm sure. Intergenerational wealth. Good. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to transition a little bit into that so that I know you understand its purpose. But before we do that, I'm going to give you the, remember, we got another formula. So here's the other formula. Here it is again, in case you missed it before. Oh boy. And there we go. And I'm just curious why I'm typing this formula. Can you guys type in the chat? Can you guys hear them in the construction people? Because I really don't know if you can. I just know I can. So I'm assuming you can. I would like to know that. So if A equals C, and if B equals C, therefore A is equal to B, okay? This is the other formula. I'm going to explain why this has been plaguing all of our lives. We didn't even know it. But that's okay. We know it now. If A equals C and if B equals C, therefore A equals B. Here are the definitions that matter. Let's go with yellow, right? So we're going to have A. So this is scenario A, and then we're going to have a scenario B. Okay, A and B. Typically, when you and I are around or growing up, what have you, what do we say? We're told to go to school, to get good grades, and then end up with a job. That's it, right? And that is supposed to then make some version of a happy life. Now, I've shortcut this, but most of us have heard some version of this. Having had the privilege of being and teaching in many different countries, everybody's got their version of this. Go to school, get good grades, get a job. Right? Now, from this job, though, in order to do this job, the main contribution, what we bring to the table or supposed to bring to the table, is our labor. That's the main contribution. So your physical labor goes into the job, and what ends up happening is that they pay you money, right? And with that money, you're supposed to put together your house, your car. Oh boy. That's there we go. How's that? Nice little hoopty right there. You got your house, you got your car, and then let's say kids, right? You got your little kids here running around. The spouse, the dog, the white picket fence, all the things you want to do is supposed to be supported with this income. Great. That's nothing wrong with that. That makes sense. We use currency. Notice the change. We use currency in order to then receive certain products and services. It's fine. So currency, as we use it, is nothing more than a medium of exchange in this sense that gives us access to the resources of others. That is how, that's what money does. Think of it as a stored up a bit of energy. Okay, like it's something that is warm. And I don't know if you guys have ever done like one of those hot stone massages or whatnot. Those things are great. And what happens is that massage over time, or those stones over time, if left out, that heat, it dissipates. The stone gets cold. This makes sense to you, right? Same thing. This is exactly how what you call money, what is actually the United States dollar currency, is the same. It comes out of the oven hot, and then slowly over time just cools off until it's cold, also known as worthless, right? That cold stone is worthless for the hot stone massage. It's no longer good for its original purpose, simply because it's no longer hot. Same thing with currency. It gets colder over time. So what we're told to do is to take our labor and exchange it at some exchange rate. That exchange rate is your dollars per hour. So at some exchange rate, and then with those dollars, okay, the goal is to build your life. That's what we're supposed to do. Now, the challenge is that, and this is where the things get really rough. We're also told from that same set of income, or depending on the country that you're in. For those of you in the UK, are you guys using RRSPs, or what's your equivalent of the 401k? I forgot the name. But if Canada, I do know that's the RRSP. That's why I think you are doing the same thing over in UK. But also in the United States, 401ks or any sort of qualified plan. So this would also be 529s, etc. My point is this. We're supposed to save more currency. Specifically in this case, let's just call the amount of currency that needs to be saved $1 million. Okay? $1 million. $1 million. That's what that is. Now, the thing is once you've even saved the $1 million, do you spend it? No. You're supposed to then invest it, or have it invested, and let's just call it a 7% return, which is the same as $70,000. So $1 million earning 7% is $70,000. Okay, that means you would have $70,000 a year. So now, from your labor, all of these things, your current living expenses plus future money that you might need, is to come from that. That is what's supposed to happen. That's the big plan A, because once you get to this $1 million, right, then you can, quote unquote, retire. I suggest you relook at the definition of retire, because I define retire as more money coming in than going out without working. You could do that at any age, right? Because that's the other restriction. You've got restrictions like 59 and a half, can't touch the money, what you can't do. They got a whole list of things. It's easy to put the money in, a whole list of reasons of why it's hard, or you got these penalties to pay to take it out, 10% and the tax and all this other stuff. I think you understand what I'm saying. My point. Okay. Okay. So, and what was that? Nala? Okay. Thank you. So, and Nala, correct me if I'm wrong. The workplace pension, does that have a guaranteed amount for the rest of your life, or is the amount not guaranteed because and you have to decide how much to put in? Which way was that? And all right, so but that's plan A, right? Plan A, go to school, get good grades, get a job, use your labor the way that I tell you, and I will give you more currency. Whether this is the euro, the United States dollar, the renminbi, I don't care what currency. This is the way the world is currently organized. The challenge isn't the organization of the world. It's how we use, meaning you, how you steward, how I steward any resource that we're given. Any resource that we're given. And the way that we manage anything that we're given is based upon what we believe. It's what we believe, what you believe. You can tell what you believe by looking at your calendar and your bank account, seeing where the money goes and where your time goes. That'll tell you what you actually really, truly believe. So here's the next piece that I've got to drive home, right? How we think about time is a problem. Now, it's a problem for a very specific reason, and I'm gonna get to that just now. So, for example, here's a phrase you may have heard of before. Time is money, right? Well, do me a favor. If you believe that time is money, go ahead and write that in that. Just give me true, write true. Yes, true or yes in the chat. Time is money. Okay. And then Nala is saying that you can have, whoops, where'd it go? You can have different types but most jobs have a fixed amount coming out. Most jobs. So and that's what I was trying to get at. So this is, if you've got the fixed amount coming out and it is for life, that's more of a defined pension versus defined contribution, which is in some respects, you could say better than a 401k. I don't know. It kind of depends. But at either way it goes, there's resources that are trapped. It is part of the challenge. All right. So time is money. All right. Excellent. All right. So I see knowledge is like, yep, time is money. Judson says time is money. Where Adari, I think I said that right. I hope. Time is money. Geraldine, time is money. Leslie. Okay. All right. Everybody, clearly, time is money. Now, as you guys get to hang out with me, you'll learn that I love math a lot, probably more than most people. But math is so clear. It's a great science. If you didn't think math was a science, I'm telling you, it is. Anyway, so time is money. So now, just like I was doing earlier today, let's do this. Let's come up with a variable symbol for time. So here it is, time. Let's see, then that, oops, I did the erg. I had it perfectly. And then it went and did that. Delete. All right. So let's erase. We're going to come up with our symbol for time. Here it is. Little circle. Somebody's trying to punk me right now. I can feel it. All right. So let's try it again. Here's the little circle and time. Here's the little arrow here. See, time is in math, that's the equal sign, right? Time and then money. So we'll use the US dollar symbol right there. Okay, there it is. Time is money. Well, let's see if this is true. Here is the scenario. All right. Here is the scenario. So for those of you who said true, so Judson, Adari, Geraldine used it. Here's the scenario. You're in the hospital. Doctor says, she goes, look, you have whatever you want to call it. You have something, it is terminal if we do nothing. However, we happen to be the only approved place right now by the FDA and all the other agencies. And we have a great success ratio for this procedure. And it's going to cost $1 million. Now, mind you, you have $1 million exactly to the penny, no more, no less, in the bank and available, liquid, ready to go. Nope, your insurance doesn't cover it. And the doctor says, if we do this, we think you'll be able to have the rest of your life, live it normally. Or, at a minimum, you'll get at least another 10 plus years. Time. What are you going to do? Are you going to hold on to the $1 million? Or do you want the 10 plus years? See, we only give things in exchange. Anytime we're giving something in exchange, we believe the thing that we are giving is worth less than the thing that we are receiving. We believe That's a fair exchange. Hey, if I give you this, you're going to give me if I give you X, you're going to give me Y. Y being having more perceived value to me in this exchange than X, that which I am giving away. The other way I say this all the time is give more in use value than you ask for in cash value. For example, this has cost you nothing, right? Unless for those of you who you want the recordings, then I think that's $20 or 40 or whatever the number is. You guys know what it is. So yeah, give more in use value than you ask for in cash value. That's the same thing. It's in a principle of exchange. So when you give your customer, your client, your guest more in use value than you ask in cash value, therefore you have done them, you have increased their quality of life, you've done them a favor, service, and they reward you with certificates of appreciation, also known as currency, right? So it's the thank you. The dollars are the thank you for doing good business, having a great service, etc. Time is money. If it came down to it, your health specifically, and you could buy it, thus having more time, you would do it. You wouldn't hold on to the $1 million. Therefore, because you wouldn't hold on to the $1 million because you'd have more time. Here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say to you that you believe, you just don't think about it, and that's part of the challenge, is that we're not thinking about it, not consciously, that time is greater than or equal to money. More importantly, not equal to, sorry, just greater than money. And I'm going to say you believe that time is infinitely more valuable than money. See, we've all heard this phrase. Write this in the chat because you've heard it before, right? We all know we're supposed to buy low and sell high, or at least higher than we bought, right? Here, then we bought. That's what we're supposed to do. But I want us to look at what we just came up with. If I give away time in exchange for money, we've just determined that time is the more valuable commodity. And if time is the more valuable commodity, that means its value is high, and relative to time, this money, currency value is low. So we're supposed to buy low and sell high. Buy low and sell high. So if I could buy time, I should do so because I'm using something of lower value to get something of greater value. Therefore, here's the whole kit and caboodle. The way to guarantee, and I don't use that word lightly, the way to guarantee myself profit is to buy time. When you're building your short-term rental business, you must be buying time all the time. The inventory of your short-term rental business literally is time. We buy it from landlords in 365 days at a time or per occurrence, right? So maybe go for, but I also would say go for a 3, 4, 5-year lease. That way you can get even more time. And then they're going to sell that time at their property for a price. We're buying time. That's how that works. And then you're going to resell time. So now that you're on the selling side, you have an inventory of time. So you bought the time for X price, and now you're going to resell the time for Y price, Y being higher than X. That is what we do. That is the entire essence of the business right there. Okay. Buying time. Here's the challenge. You don't have enough time in inventory to sell today. Therefore, the only thing you have to contribute to the marketplace is your labor. But here's the good news, because there's always some good news. This is what we should do instead. I'm going to write it out. So yeah, go to school, get good grades, go to school, get good grades, get a job. That is A. Here's B. What I'm saying is do all of that, but with your labor, I want you to buy or build assets. And then we use and then sell the use of those assets in exchange for currency. What does that look like? It looks like, let me see, I used yellow. So we're going to go back to yellow over here. So what does that look like? That you take your labor. So again, same thing. Got our labor right here. Right? Going to take your labor and turn it into an asset. So let's call it a short-term rental. Okay. And then we're going to sell the use of that asset, not the asset itself. Sell the use of that in exchange for currency. Now, there's 24 hours in the day. That is the limit. What is the limit to the number of assets you can own or control? The answer is it depends on your system. The number of assets you can own or control effectively depends on your system. If you don't have a system to help you own or control an asset, guess what? You can have very few. This is why if you have a short-term rental, one, maybe two, and you want more, and you're like, I can't figure out how I can have more, it has to do with your conception. How you are conceiving of the business, of the revenue, of the income is the issue. Let me say that differently. You do not have a money problem. You have an idea problem. Here's the idea. Business is a team sport. Always has been. It's not about what you have, but it is about what can we produce? Whose lives can we collectively together influence for the better? How can we serve more people? I submit for your acceptance that the business owner, remember the quadrant, ESBI, the employed, self-employed, business owner, investor. The business owner is the most generous person because she has to consider everybody else in order for her needs to even get met. She has to consider how to structure a job for the employee. She has to consider who to take on as her attorney or CPA or etc. She has to consider which investors to work with, right? Because all three of those are looking to the business owner as a source of income. Every one of your expenses is somebody else's income. Every one of your expenses is somebody else's income. All of them, all income, 100% of it is discretionary. All of your income is discretionary. You don't have to have a car. You don't have to, especially today. You don't have to have all of your income is discretionary. You are making all the choices, okay? So this is not, so therefore then this is also not about do I have enough money? Yeah, it's not that at all, okay? It's how you're managing what it is that you do have. How you're currently managing your time has produced, because you've sold it, because I sold it, we all do, labor, how you're using your time has produced a poor return. So by using your time directly in terms of going straight to labor and exchanging that has produced a poor return, or a return you're at least not satisfied with. And that's okay. You didn't know. Now you do. So now what happens when you start to take a portion of your time, labor, and begin to build an asset? Now, obviously, short-term rentals is where it's at, in my opinion. and probably yours. That's why you're here. But also, here's a very simple one. YouTube videos are assets. Making one YouTube video a day, one. Learning to sell the use of that video to the marketplace, also known as advertising. So if somebody else wants to place an ad in front of or somewhere on your video, okay, this is really easy to do to get $1 per day. So make a video, have it get $1 per day. One video, $1, one day, 3 ones. And then tomorrow, do it again. And then the next day, do it again. What happens is over 365 days, you end up with an income of over $133,000 a year from 365 videos, earning 360 at least $365 a day from videos. Okay. That is the same thing because you used your labor to create the asset, the video, and sold the use of it, the use of the video, use of the attention in this case, to an advertiser who paid you $1 every day. What ends up happening is you end up with this situation that works very well for you. You end up having income come in without having to contribute new effort and energy in order for that to have happened, because the system is now doing the work. The system is doing the work, be it by your contribution to it. That's what I mean. The system is the service. The system is the service. Leveraging other people's infrastructure is how this works. This is the exact same thing. Exact same thing. Part of the reason you lease the equipment, you lease the space first is because owning it robs you of opportunity. So here's what I'm saying. If A, go to school, get good grades, get a job, and then use your labor to build your lifestyle in retirement, and make sure that from your job, from this income, you also save $1 million so that you can have $70,000 left over. How long will this take? How long? How long would it take doing what you're doing right now for you to keep living what it is that your current lifestyle, and then save on top of that $1 million inside whatever the account is? How long would this take? Write that in the chat, each of you. You know the number, how long this would take, for you to save $1 million and then take that $1 million and have it earn 7% so that you have 70 grand. How long is this process right here? That's for many of you, it's very, very long. Some of you, maybe it's short. Write this in the chat. How long would it take? And then Leslie, I see that you said you were not understanding. But then you said, got it. I'm curious, what were you not understanding? And then how did it become clear? So tell me what that was. Well, guys, tell me. So how long would this take for you right here? Doing what you're currently doing, you're going to get to $1 million saved and have $70,000 to live on. Now, if you can do this, that's great. Depending on your job, that's great. Here's what I have found to be true. For most people, this is not possible. It's hard for them from their job, using their labor, to then have enough money to make the rest of these things happen and save $1 million. Now, some people can do it, but many, many, many cannot. The majority, in fact, cannot tend to do it, because putting away $1 million can take a long, long time on top of working and then sacrificing somewhere. Because that's basically what it comes down to is, what am I going to sacrifice in terms of quality of life today so that I can have some semblance of a life tomorrow? And I'm not saying that that's bad. I'm saying that that is a choice, but it starts with understanding how you're contributing to the marketplace. So if you're contributing your labor and that's the only thing you got, and this is what's happening, you have also, write this down in the chat, guys. It's SPOF, single point of failure. Single point of failure. Your single points of failure means that if it breaks, everything falls apart. For those who were working, you remember COVID, right? If you had a source of income and that source of income came from your job, what happened was your income was severely impacted by that, because that's a single point of failure. There was no redundancy. There was no resiliency to it. Landlords, you had the same problem. You just didn't think of it that way, because if you had all of your tenants working at or in the same or similar industry, your building had a problem, because if all your tenants worked in hospitality, they all just got laid off. If you had overexposure to the job market through the quality tenants, right? You had a problem, and you couldn't replace them because you sold so much time. You were locked in, right? So the point here I'm making is your brain or your body eventually says, I don't want to do this anymore. And your labor is not reliable, because I don't feel like doing it every day either. And you don't feel like doing it every day, or some days you're sick and sometimes your body, whatever, brain or body says, not today. When that happens, you experience a disruption. Okay. These are all the negative things that we don't think about, or rather, we don't use zero sum or first principles thinking. We don't go all the way back to the beginning and we don't say, well, what's the source of this problem? We say, go get another job. That's what we do. We go back to school to make more money, get a spouse and have her work, because then 2 incomes are better than 1. You know, what's interesting is that we understand the idea of 2 incomes being better than 1, but we don't see the limitation of using our labor to do it. And that's the difference. So using our labor to build an asset first. Okay, so think about this. Before you contribute to your employer, contribute to yourself by building an asset. So that way you are building an asset for yourself first. Okay, build your asset and sell the use of your asset, then contribute whatever labor you have left over and exchange it for currency while that's your situation. What happens here is this: when you can make more and more assets, you don't have a limit on your income, because every asset. So here's what I'm saying. Every asset, when you're doing this, every asset gets you more and more income or time. Time. You start buying time. So when your labor builds an asset and you sell the use of that asset and you get money, you got money, right? That means if I want more currency, then I need more assets. If I want more money, I just need more assets. More assets performing for me at the same time is better than less. Now, here's the thing. Cash, currency, what you call money, is not an asset. It's not an asset. You can turn it into an asset. And that's what banks do. They loan it. They turn the cash into an asset by loaning it via credit cards, via loans, cars, houses, whatever it is. They turn it into an asset, but it is not an asset in and of itself. Sitting there, it is not. You got to sell the use of the money. So did you hear what I just said? Selling the use of the money then turns it into an asset. This is what we're talking about here. System is the service. You can keep building your income when you buy time. So that's what we should all be focused on, is focused on building assets. When we focus on building assets, specifically in the short-term rental space, we have a shot at actually making things happen. See, the challenge is, like I said, it's what we believe. We don't believe, or for example, we believe things like filthy and rich. Filthy, rich, those two things go together. I don't like being filthy, right? I don't like dirt. Maybe some of you do, fine. But if you believe that the rich are filthy, or the rich are greedy, or the rich are selfish, or the rich are this, the rich just yet say you want more money, you might actually find yourself into a category of the person you currently vilify. And that's the challenge. You can be rich without being filthy, greedy, or all the other things that you might think of. We think money doesn't grow on trees. We think getting rich quick is somehow bad. Let me explain. We have been programmed to be for what is against us and against what is for us. Right here. If I you're going to give 3 persons. So let me see. We're going to give 3 persons $1 million. So let me see. Who is this? Let's go with James. Let's go with Leslie and Christopher. We're going to give. That's what we're going to do. We're going to give 3 persons $1 million. So we've got. This is James is going to be here. And then we're going to do, was it Leslie? I think it was. Oh, I was using orange. Where's the orange at? There it is. Okay, so we're going to put Leslie right here. And then we had Christopher right here. Okay, so let's look at this. Getting rich quick. We're going to give all 3 of them $1 million. James gets $25,000 a year over 40 years. Leslie gets $100,000 a year over 10 years. Chris gets $1 million over 12 months. Over 12 months. They've all received $1 million. Who is rich? Chris. Because $100,000 a year over 10 years, and all we're talking about is these dollars. So therefore, rich has nothing to do with the amount. Okay? It's not about an amount of dollars. It's about how fast does the money arrive. So what does that mean? That means if I'm only using my labor, not only do I have a 24-hour limit, I have a single point of failure, but money can only arrive in proportion to the amount of value I am responsible for delivering to the marketplace. Did you hear what I just said? The money can only arrive in proportion to the amount of value I am responsible for delivering into the marketplace. I didn't say anything about time, but if I only have one way of delivering value into the marketplace, then I only have one way of receiving it, because that's the way that's just the way the world works. And when that one way is labor, I have all of those limitations. When those one way, so therefore money can only arrive so fast. It's the difference between a single lane road and a 7-lane highway. There's only so many cars that can arrive at the same spot at any given time. On a 7-lane highway, you got 7 cars that could be all in a line, arriving at the same spot or similar spots in time. On a single lane, 1 car at a time. It's just only going to go 1 car at a time. The same is true when it comes to currency and value reaching you. And the more lanes you've got on your highway, the more throughput cars you can have go through. This is the equation. This is what you want to understand. Having more money arrive faster, 7 cars arriving faster than 1 car at a time. Same thing here. You want multiple sources of income or multiple short-term rentals working simultaneously. Each time your inventory is time. You are buying time at one price and reselling time at a higher price. You might buy time. So what does that mean? Because I know we have more international people today, I'm going to say it this way. So, and say when you, so for the UK people, we're talking rent to rent right now. And for those of you in the US, we are talking leasing. So your standard, or leasing or sandwich. Some of you may know it as like a sandwich lease structure. Many of you probably know it as a master lease structure. But at the end of the day, there's a technical difference because we're never granting tenants rights. That's a whole different thing. So the concept feels similar, but it's not. But it's just not that. Now, here's my point. When we are your inventory, like I said, is time. That is your inventory. So for example, if you're going to rent it for, and I'm doing it this way on purpose, because those of you in the US are not used to seeing it this way. If, is it going to be, I'm doing some math real fast. Yeah, let's do your rent is going to be $30,000 a year. Now, for the sake of this conversation, $30,000. You know what? Do we want to do that high? No, we don't. We want to do it this way. It says 218. So we're going to take it to $24,000 a year. Okay. And keep it simple. So we're going to take it $24,000 a year, and we're going to call that a 1-bedroom. Now, for some of you, you're used to just paying $24,000 all up front. For those of you outside the US, people when renting, that's what they do. They just pay the entire year front. In the United States and other places, but in the United States very specifically, it is understood our custom practice is for the landlord to give you a interest-free loan on this $24,000. That is standard practice, right? Because they are loaning you, for all intents and purposes, contracting for $24,000 of responsibility. You're responsible to the landlord for the $24,000 for the year, $2,000 a month, right? Makes sense. And in the United States and other places, the landlord says, it's going to be $2,000 a month. That's typically how we talk about it for that same. And again, 1-bedroom. I'm in California. Okay, adjust to where you are. You get my point. And so that's the first thing. You're getting this $24,000 a year, 0% interest, $2,000 a month, and you only have to pay $2,000 a month as opposed to the whole thing. Now, in order for them to feel comfortable, sometimes there's the security deposit, first and last, and all this other stuff. For the sake of this conversation, I know that that's there. And what I'm trying to illustrate very simply is the fact that what you just purchased for $24,000, is 365 days, right? That's what you just purchased. Now it's 365 days at one time in one transaction. And then what you're going to do is you're going to turn around and sell 1 day at a time, as small as 1 day at a time in one transaction. Now, remember, you're supposed to buy the thing low and sell it high or higher than you bought it. That's it. That same equation is what we're talking about here. If you bought a year for $24,000, you would want to sell it for more than you bought it for. And the simple equation I tell everybody to start with is just double. So let's call that 48K a year, right? You would want this 1-bedroom to be able to produce somewhere near that within the first 12 months. And when operated properly, so that's going to be gross. Oops. Since it's a 1-bedroom, per month, or 96K, 9,600 on an annual or per year. That's going to be net. This is the metrics to measure to, like what's that called? Baseline numbers are these metrics. This is what I'm looking at. This is what I want to make sure that my units do is a net income around 800 per bedroom per month, or 9,600 per year net profit on any per bedroom. So this begins to make things easy for me when I want to add new things to my life. 800 per month, 9,600 per year in net profit. Okay. So that's the things that I'm talking about. 365 days, one transaction. That's what you purchased. You bought at one price, sold at another. Buying time. This is exactly what I mean. You're buying time and now you're selling it. Okay. And then when you sell time, you sell it for more. Now, yes, in between here, you did some stuff to the place. I haven't forgotten about that, but I just want to stress this, because buying time being your inventory at one price and selling it at a higher price is what ends up happening. And when you do that multiple times over, asset after asset after asset, what happens is compounded effort. Not just interest, compounded effort takes effect. And here are the numbers on that. That's what this is. So now you can see what we've got right here is compounded effort. That is what we're looking at. This is compounded effort. That means some of you get started once you understand the steps of what to do, which we're about to go. Whoopsies. What did I just do? Where did it go? Okay, over there. Sorry about that. Must have hit something. Oh, that's the wrong one. Right here. There it is. The compounded effort over time. And it doesn't even have to be that much time, but here's what I'm saying. Each bedroom is $800 net income. So month one, you go get one. Just get one. Net income, $800. Month two, get two more. So you added 1,600, but the month one is still here. Compounded effort, one adding to the other. That's what's happening. So now net income, 24. Month three, 1, 2, 3, 4, add 4. Great. So now you've got 32 plus 16 plus 8 equals 5,600 again for the month. Now, assuming you did nothing else, okay? Because if you did nothing else, $5,600. So in our calculator, let's just take 5,600 and what are we going to do? We're going to multiply that by 12. 5,600 multiplied by 12 gives you $67,200. Now, for the sake of this conversation, okay? For the sake of this conversation, what I'm going to do, because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is 7 bedrooms. 67.2. So if I take it to 8, I would add another 9,600, right? For the year. So that's all I'm going to do. 9,600 equals. So that I'm testing that you've been following me this entire time right now. Equals $76,800. So let's look at this again. This is a hypothetical example. We have 8 total bedrooms in operation. Each unit is a 1-bedroom short-term rental. 8 of these in operation, and it took us, we're going to add a month. We're going to say month 4. It's going to take us 4 months to put together 8 1-bedrooms. 4 months. Hopefully you can follow. And you're like, but Jay, I don't think I'll do it in 4 months. No problem. We're going to address that in a second. But this is 8 1-bedrooms. 8 1-bedrooms, net income, $76,800. for the sake of this example, we said 4 months, right? Do you remember the equation we started with a lot of bit ago now? I said, if A equals C, and if B equals C, therefore A is equal to B. And we defined A. Go to school, get good grades, get a job. From that labor, you put, live and then put money away inside of 401k. And hopefully you, in your 401k or retirement plan or workplace, oh man, I forgot that fast. RSP, whatever it is that you're using, or workplace pension, you hopefully come out with $1 million, earning 7%. That was the plan. Remember? That was the plan. Now, that's A. That's plan A. Plan B. Use your labor to buy or build assets and sell the use of those assets in exchange for currency. So you build a collection of short-term rentals. And when you build that collection of short-term rentals, as we did here, we come to $76,800 with 8 bedrooms. So with these 8 bedrooms, first of all, these 8 bedrooms would approximately take you, I'm going to call it 15 hours a month to operate, that you would time spending in the business. So you would have systems set up to be delivering keys and communication and any sort of answering any sort of complaints or questions that people have. You would have that in place so that you don't have to do the work. I'm just being really, really clear and as direct as I possibly can right now. Okay, because that's the thing most people are missing, is this system that has the ability to do that so that their time personally on a day-to-day basis goes low. That's what's missing. Therefore, they can't deliver more value. But once you have this, it's about 15 hours on a monthly basis is what we're talking about here. 15 hours, maybe. It depends on your system. Hopefully you can get it to there. But here's my point, 76,800. Let's say you get these, it takes 4 months to get 8 units, and then the balance of 8 months you spend perfecting the system. Okay. So that's now 12 months total. It's taking you 12 months to build the stable system for $76,800 using short-term rentals. It took you 12 months total to do that. Remember what I said, if A equals C and B equals C, then A is equal to B. So what does that mean? That means if it was going to take you 10, 20, 30, 40 years to do this $1 million in the 401k thing, that is A. So that's, now you have time. You've got 40 years, 15 years, 10 years, whatever you wrote, whatever you said, versus 12 months. Or some of you might look at this as 4 months, because that's it. We took 4 months to build 5 months to build the thing, 7 months to perfect the system. And we now have $76,800 of income happening. I submit to you, you've got the exact same outcome. You are in the exact same place, but you did it faster and cheaper. So think of 8 units as 76,800 net. That's 8 units, and it took you 12 months. So if you did it again, would you be able to double? Probably. Do it again, double? Probably. That's what we're talking about here. The steady accumulation of assets. And in this case, the asset for a business are the systems. The quality of your systems will make this happen. This is what it comes down to. If you are running a short-term rental business and you are receiving net profit of less than 800 per bedroom, you are missing something. And that's where the third formula comes in. So Joe's going to go through 3. So this was the second. And I needed to teach you and help you see that through the second formula, money does come fast. Getting rich does happen as a result of speed, not more money coming faster. That's exactly what you want. So every time you open up a new short-term rental, it's more money coming to you that is faster. Okay. Many of the things that I am going over with you, these are observable facts, very observable facts. Now, here's the challenge. Some of you are having challenges with these observable facts or how I'm saying them, this, that, and the other. And I hear you. And also, that's not my problem, because those observable facts that you are that these observable facts are, it's yours. That's your frame. So let me show you what I mean. It's right here. I can give you these facts. I am giving you these facts. I am saying what I am saying. I'm saying that I'm pretty sure this month, last month, what have you, we probably did somewhere on the neighborhood of 75,000, maybe a little bit more, on the short-term rental side of my world. Okay. And depending on the frame you put around that fact, you've made judgments and considerations, and that's fine. You're supposed to. That's how humans, that's how we work. So the fact is the fact. And then when I say things like, okay, and you build a business that produces your annual revenue on a monthly basis, that's a fact. Okay, because some people would say 75,000 is annual, so that's annual on a monthly basis. That's a fact. Depending on the frame you create around that fact, you either make it favorable or unfavorable for you. Said differently, because it's presented as an opportunity and then therefore represents risk, your frame that you choose ends up becoming the thing you focus on. So if I said to you, hey, you want to write a book? If you did so, I can guarantee you $1 million within 90 days of the book's completion. You would get that book done because you are envisioning a favorable outcome, but in that regard. But many of us haven't written another book or the first book or what have you, because all we see is an unfavorable outcome and all of the work in front of us. You may have read it in a book before. It is for the joy set before him that we endure, right? It's the joy set before us that gives us the ability to endure, not the pain. Therefore, we need to really get clear on what it is that we are intending to build, because otherwise we won't make it. We will clearly procrastinate. This is the source of your procrastination, is to focus on the unfavorable fact. And the law of duality simply makes it clear. There's at least two sides. In this universe, this plane of existence, there's at least two sides to everything. A piece of paper has two sides. You can't slice bread, and it's so thin that it will always have two sides. Stories have at least two sides. Okay? Two. It's there and it's everywhere. Therefore, if you, by instinct, hear facts and go to the unfavorable side, I challenge you to begin to think about the favorable side. If you are more like me, where you tend to think of the favorable side, I challenge you to think about the unfavorable side. Having a blind spot is still a risk. So for those of you who tend to think on the unfavorable side, you tend to think the way that you think is better and or superior. And all I'm saying is you have a blind spot to the favorable side. Those of us who tend to think on the favorable side can consider the no fun and negative and don't really want to look at, but we still have a blind spot. Either way, I'm challenging you to think the other sides, because when you can think and have your mind in full view of both favorable and unfavorable, now you can be a little bit more objective in making logical thought. But most importantly, imagine a favorable outcome, because that favorable outcome, when you stay focused on a favorable outcome, because remember, in order to make this work, you have to believe in a favorable outcome. You got to be sure of what you hope for, certain of what you do not see. Favorable outcome becomes your focus. You get to choose. And as we focus on the favorable, we develop faith. As we focus on the unfavorable, we develop doubt. You literally create the doubt you feel. We all do. I create mine, you create yours, and it's based upon a fact and the frame we control and put around it. And if we do that, as we do that long enough, it starts to create feelings, either anticipation or anxiety. If we are focused on the unfavorable, that doubt becomes anxiety, which turns into helpless. Nope, don't want to do it. Prove it to me. Give me more. Give me a guarantee, etc., etc., etc. Could you imagine if we felt this about the grocery store, if we felt unfavorable about grocery stores? Here's why I'm saying this. Because if we did, here's what you would do. Here's what we would do. Because we felt so unfavorable about a grocery store, we wouldn't leave the house until all of the lights are green. I don't want to leave. What if I don't make it to the grocery store? What if I don't make it back? What if they don't have food? What if they don't have the food I want? What if they don't have what if when I do it, the clerk is mean? What if all we saw was unfavorable? You'd never leave the house. You'd wait because you're waiting for all the lights to be green. There to be no issues whatsoever. And if there's any issues, then I have doubt. And because doubt exists at all, therefore I am not moving. You sit and die and starve. Assuming that a grocery store is the only way to get food, that's what would happen. But that's also what we do financially. We wait until I can see that everything is green. Because all I can see is the unfavorable, this, that, and the other. We're not trying to even think about the favorable side. We're just like, well, I see this, and I don't know how to do this. And because I don't know how to do that, and wealth is a team sport, there are going to be many things you don't know how to do. And together, you guys can get it done. Here's my point. Unfavorable, doubt, anxiety, helpless. Favorable, faith, anticipation, powerful. Take some action, move forward, make it happen, etc. One of the most difficult things to do is to focus your mind on what you want to have happen versus what is happening. Because what is happening right now, that's the thing that you feel today. And it's hard, and it takes work, effort, and energy to put your mind intentionally on the favorable side, develop faith, anticipation, and therefore create powerful results for yourself. And you can do this by thinking through what success looks like for you. Until you know what that is, it's very, very difficult. Okay, here's what I want to say to you, and then we're going to take a small break. Assets. We've talked a lot of it about them. We're going to keep talking about them. I'm talking about them all the time. An asset, we're going to define that very simply. It's when the correct mindset plus skill set plus tool set come together. An asset, all three of those things must be present. All three. You can't just have one. You got to have all three. Because if you know, because many of us have descriptive knowledge of assets, you know what an asset is. But I'm going to challenge you a little bit further. I'm going to say the following. I'm going to put it like this. To know and not do is not know. Very simple. To know and not do is to not know. You can have descriptive knowledge, but do you have any experiential knowledge? And in order to obtain that experiential knowledge, you typically have to train, practice, drill, rehearse, because you got to develop some more skills. And in order to even be willing to develop those skills, you typically have to have the correct mindset in order to do so. Simple as that. And until all three of these things are in place, it gets very, very difficult. And it is not practice that makes perfect, but perfect practice that makes perfect, or at least improvement. Okay. And the best way to practice is under an apprenticeship. But here's what we do today. Today, we get focused on the tool set. We think, hey, if I just buy the best XYZ tool, then I will have everything I need to go achieve the result Y. And that's not how that works. I could buy the best hammer, best carpentry set, the best plumbing set, and I promise you, I am not going to successfully build a house or a structure at all. That is not my skill. It's just not. I don't care how good my hammers are, right? And there are many craftsmen, do we have to do craftspersons now too? I have no idea. Anyway, there are many craftsmen whose skill with the least quality hammer and nail, etc., is something akin to art when they're done with it. And that skill was developed again over time by thinking of their skill a certain way, likely as a contribution, likely as an enjoyment in a lot of cases. But my point is mindset plus skill set plus tool set, then asset. Understand, when you are an employee, you are somebody else's asset, that company's asset. And there's a way of thinking that's related to the being an employee. There's a way of doing things, skill set at the job, and the tool set the employer is going to provide. These are the computers, the schedules, the SOP. Think about it. They're providing the tool set. Same thing is there. You are their asset in that equation. You must then do the same thing with your short-term rentals and with everything else. You've got to develop the correct mindset, the correct skill set and tool, and get access to the correct tool set. We have the correct tool set. We've proven that. That's not an issue. But most of us get stuck on the tool set, and that's the only thing we think about. Now, we still need to develop the correct skill set and mindset, and that's the difference of the big thing that we do around here, so that it feels more like an apprenticeship. Okay. Now, as I say that, the last formula that we were going to go over today is L times C times F times M equals GP. Oh, hold on. Let me scroll down. I'm not on the right spot of this board. Zoom out. And yes. All right. So that's the last part of the formula that we're going to, the last thing that we're going to do. We're going to do that when we come back from a quick break. So during the break, what I want you to do in the chat, what I want you to do is to write down what you have learned and or any questions. Write down what you have learned so far and any questions. If you're like, well, I haven't learned anything. Okay, great. What I want you to do is to write down something that caught your attention. Okay, maybe you learned nothing. What caught your attention? What stuck out to you? What might you remember after we're done? I'm asking you to do this for two reasons. One, for your retention. If I can get you to retain something, you might actually use it. Okay. And it is designed to give you this information so that you can indeed use it. So when we come back, for those of you who already have short-term rentals going, I'm going to show you a formula how to use it in order to increase the revenue that you currently have. And for those of you who are looking to get your first one, I'm going to show you how to use this same formula to get your first one with the scripts and everything that you need. So what I want you to do again is during the break, I want you though to write in your questions. What have you learned? And what have you learned? Okay. And then when we're going to come back, we're going to do these three things. I'm going to review what it is that we have to offer. Some of you are going to get an opportunity to talk with me today because I want to talk with you today, but more importantly, I want you to be in a position to actually carry this all the way through, right? But also do it fast. And then, so we're going to review that, and it's not going to take that long. And then we're going to talk about your questions or recap what you guys have learned. And then when we get into the directions of what to do, it's going to be the formula. L times C times F times M equals GP. We're going to break that down to show you how to diagnose issues inside the business, but also then where to look for potential possible solutions. So we're going to, and we're going to do that. And when we're done with that, you're going to have the scripts for those of you who are brand new. You're going to have some diagnostic tools for those of you who are existing. And for those of you who want to, in either group, continue your education with us, you're going to know what to do as well, so that we can assist you in becoming as great as we believe you were born to be anyway. Now, we're going to help you believe it a little bit more too. So the goal here is, again, to help you get to where it is that you say you want to go, using the tools, systems, techniques, and type of thinking that has been illustrated here so far. So if you've got specific questions, though, you're going to need to put those in the chat so that they can get answered. Do not get upset at questions that you have that do not get answered. Because if you don't put them in the chat, it's going to be really, really hard to do that. So that's really where I'm coming from there. All right. So what's going to happen now is I'm going to play 2 videos. Okay, 2 videos. And when the second video is done, then we'll be back. It's going to be about 10, 11 minutes. So this should it's going to give me some time, grab something to eat, coffee, bathroom, all the things real fast. And then we're going to come back.
Real estate has always been something that I knew that I wanted to get into. I have always wanted to be my own boss. I've always wanted to do my own thing. I've always wanted to take my own path and be responsible for my own destiny. In my current position, I 100% feel held back. Could I get cost of living increases occasionally or bonuses here and there? Absolutely. But I would be working harder every day to put money into someone else's pocket. And I had that realization one day where, none of us know if Social Security is going to be there when we're in our 60s, 70s. People are working until they're 70 years old just to make whatever Social Security has to give them at 70. I do not want to be that person. I feel like I have so much more to give and so much more to learn, and I just feel like at this point in my life, still being in a place where I can make those changes, and I have a husband and a family that supports those changes, I need to take those risks and those chances for our future.
All right, Charlie Bucket, you ready to drive around, see if we can find some for rent signs? Kill a little bit of time and work while we're waiting for brother to finish water polo? Let's roll.
You can't put a price on time, in my opinion. Money's great, absolutely, everyone wants it, but something that we would rather be rich in is time.
You see any yet? Oh, there's a for sale.
I think we have a little bit on this block.
Jackpot.
I think that if someone would have told me a year ago that I would be currently where I am now, I wouldn't have believed them, because I would have thought that doing something like this would take hundreds of thousands of dollars and would take, a real estate license, a broker's license. I had no clue that there were as many opportunities in real estate as I do now in the few short months that I've really studied it. Learning about short-term rentals gave me the confidence that I needed in order to know that I was going to be okay. Since starting the short-term rental mastermind just a few short months ago, we have built a portfolio of almost 4 units now. Our 4th unit will be live here in just the next couple weeks. And that's from knowing nothing to securing our first lease to now being in the process of, securing our 4th lease. We have no plans on stopping anytime soon. We have a goal in mind for the end of 2018 to have 20 units online, and hopefully we blow that goal out of the water. This is going to be an avenue where I can provide financial freedom for my family much quicker than I could doing a lot of things out there, including sitting behind a desk. Absolutely. And it's going to create passive income for my family, which is more important. Knowing that you can do it without having to own, knowing that you could do it without having to have hundreds of thousands of dollars in the bank, knowing that you could do it with a proven system and models that work and materials that you could study to make it happen, it was a no-brainer after that. And that's really what had us making that final push. Like, this is it. This is what we're doing. All in. Don't hold anything back. We're gonna hit this one out of the park. Going up?
Yeah.
This in no way, shape, or form is a shortcut to wealth. It is hard work. It's going to require you to study and to know exactly what you want to do before you do it. But if you want it bad enough, you're gonna find the time to do it. And that's exactly what I do. Perfect. Locked. My current schedule is crazy. My schedule without trying to start my own business was crazy. So add in the fact that I have been trying to build my own business, and it just takes it to a whole nother level. Being part of a mastermind with Jay is like being part of a family. I never feel like there's a time where I can't reach out to him and ask him a question and he wouldn't answer it immediately. I mean, we are part of a Facebook group that we are constantly asking questions back and forth to one another or calling him out specifically on a question that we feel like he's going to be the one to answer. And he's answering within minutes. He's just never more than a message away. And that's such a cool feeling because there are questions that come up constantly with this. And what's really cool is that everything that he's teaching us, he's done. And I truly appreciate that from him as a teacher and a mentor, because there's a lot of people that would just recommend based on what they've heard or, without proving it first. He is not that person. He has taken the time to fail so that we can succeed. There are so many ways that you can do this if you know how to do it. And I would say that that's what's holding most people back, is a lack of knowledge and understanding of how simple it could be if you take the time to learn it, and then if you implement what you're learning into your practices. That's what keeps me going right now through these long days. And that's what keeps me committed, is knowing that there is going to be such a bright light at the end of this tunnel. I mean, I'm already seeing it. Just months in, just working the system and seeing the results so quickly is what keeps me going, is what keeps me excited. Because all I had to do was see that it can be done. We have goals in mind. We're going to hit those goals and we're going to hit them hard. And hopefully we're even going to surpass those goals because we've been given everything that we need to do so.
Yeah, and I don't think I thought of it from a money perspective, though. So, I think that that's probably something that people need to think about, too. If they're solely focused on the money, they're going to go sideways. It's got to be something that you really feel passionate about. So yeah, so I take my daughter on vacation every year, and we decided to go to LA this time. I looked on Airbnb and I saw this great property. So what caught me to that property was how homey it looked and inviting that it looked. I already had a great job as a vice president of operations at this company, and when I got back, found out I didn't have a job. Yeah, and so it was kind of a shock to my system. The company just wasn't doing very well. And so I sat there and sulked for a little bit, and then I just, something told me to text Haley. So I did. And I texted her and I said, hey, how did you get that whole thing set up and what did you do? And she says, oh my gosh, this is blueprint and you got to take a look at it. Let me send you the link. And it just blew up from there. And the thing is when I saw the video, it was just a clip. I saw the video and there was something about how you presented the information that made it feel like, hopefully, I don't know if I can swear, but it felt like it was just no nonsense. It was very real and personable. And it was, it didn't feel like I was being like, buy this, thing and you'll get rich quick. And it wasn't like that. It was very realistic and I'm going to show you how to do this. And then you take these steps and you just go do it. And I took it seriously, and it was just like a classroom. I swear I probably have 20 pages of notes just from the blueprint. It was serious, it was serious business. When you invest in something, you got to take it seriously. And so I took every word to heart and I wrote everything down that you said. And in fact, somebody on the group asked the other day, what did you do how long did it take you to get your units? I was like, 5 days. Yeah. What did you do? And I was like, actually, it took me 2 days to get a yes.
Yeah.
It took me 5 days to get a signed lease. It's been great. I mean, I have the 3 units. I have a perfect 5-star rating. I mean, again,
that was amazing, by the way, when you posted. I was like, how does she get 100% all the time? Like, I haven't even managed that. I mean, we're good, but we're not 100% all the time.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
It's about creating an experience.
Yeah.
And really, that's what it is. And every single one of them is very different for me. I don't treat this like a widgets in, widgets out business. It's not a factory.
Nope.
It's the hospitality business. And that's exactly how I treat it. Like I said, I took your blueprint very seriously, and every word, I took it to heart. And so what I do is when somebody books with me, I kind of go to their profile. If they have a Facebook, I search them in Facebook, and I kind of start seeing what they like, and do they have kids, and that's how I create their package, their welcome package in the room. I had one lady that had a teenage boy, a new baby, and I bought, little jars of baby food, and I bought doodle packets and things like that. So something for every kid. Like I said, if you take it seriously and you really take your advice and engage in the Facebook group and really engage and see the experiences, it's going to be successful. Well, it's funny because my daughter got accepted to, it's a college prep school. The homework is just crazy. And so now I actually get to sit down with her every day and do her homework with her, take her to parkour classes, and she wants to do this and that. And it's really nice because I have that freedom because all I need is my cell phone. Yeah. And I can answer questions and things like that. And everything's automated. I've got everything set up so it's automated. So it's just the freedom of being able to sit in my pajamas in the morning and make phone calls and, answer questions and help people. And it's been great. And I've already had a couple $10,000 a month. Life is much.
I was told as a kid all the way through college to go through this preset path where you're supposed to go to school, get a job, and it doesn't matter if you're happy or not, you just do it. Early on, I realized it wasn't what I wanted to do for the rest of my life.
The thing that brought me here is we're tired of having a job going round and round and not having enough money every month.
I'm here to change my life. I'm a correctional officer, I work for the Department of Corrections, and pretty much tired of the rat race. Been doing that for a little over 11 years and want a little change. That's why we're here, for change.
Meeting Jay Massey in person, you'd think he's just a regular guy. He's got jeans and a t-shirt on and a pair of sneakers. But he's built up a multi-million-dollar empire.
When I first found out that he was a full-time professional real estate investor, one, he was so young, and two, he was so approachable, but also that he was shy and he was raising capital. And it just amazed me. It's like, how is he raising millions of dollars, but he just has the system down and it's repeatable for any type of business.
Seeing his success blew me away. And I realized that I could do it too.
You want to be friends with him, and he treats you when he's answering your question like you're the only person in the room, even though it's for the benefit of everybody.
I've gone to a lot of conferences throughout my career. I've gone through a lot of training. And quite frankly, I've never found anybody who's willing to share the kind of information that Jay shares.
He doesn't hold anything back.
He tells people that they have to take action, and they have to take action now. I took the action, and the results have paid off.
Hey guys, okay, cool. Oh, are we back? There we go. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Do me a favor real fast with a quick mic check. I just want you to type a 2 in the chat. Type a 2 in the chat so that I know that you guys can indeed hear me and do so clearly. It doesn't sound weird or robot or what have you. And yes, they are still in the back doing what it is that they do. So excellent. Thank you, guys. Thank you. So what we're going to do is I'm going to give you guys some more time to keep writing your questions and what you learned in the chat. I do see some there. I want to quickly go through what it is that we have for you guys, and importantly, how you guys, if you want to take advantage of it, what that next steps look like. Again, let me go to one of the things that we do here. So ultimately, what this is about, part of the reason why I am doing what I am doing today, right now, is to help create more seven-figure families. To help create more seven-figure families. That is exactly what I intend on doing. I like doing it. I've been able to help 7 so far families actually cross that 7-figure mark, and we've stopped counting how many cross the 6-figure mark, but it's a lot. And either way, what it comes down to is short-term rentals is the fastest way we've been able to, fastest, most consistent, reliable way to do a number of things. One of those things is, yes, help people get into the 7-figure club, but also teach them how to own, control, and build asset portfolios over time so that you end up with what we called B, right? Remember, if A equals C and B equals C, then A equals B, how to build B. Because after you get to the point where your short-term rentals produces what you need for income, the next thing is to have it produce free cash flow so that you can then purchase more assets. And we'll talk about that in just a second. How do we do that? Previously, this program, what we called it the roadmap. Currently, it's called the Mastermind Live. What does that mean? That means what we're doing. You can click the link that I think I put. Oh, no, it's at the bottom of the screen at the moment. You'll be able to build your short-term rental business. To be very specific, the goal is to help you get 4 short-term rentals, 1 private investor, 10 reservations, a minimum of 2 landlord relationships, and superhost status for those of you who are not yet that. And that we've added some additional things to this, that being a dedicated consultant, meaning helping you to project manage your entire business. So imagine being able to tell us what it is that you want to create, we giving you literally step by step by step what to do, and then making sure you do each of the steps. And you have a dedicated person who's helping you with that. Okay. And then from a funding standpoint, because I'm sure one of the questions is coming, is not only do we help you get private investors, so we're going to teach you our method of being able to right now with you, with what you have today, to get private investors. So for the first time, what we're doing is we're guaranteeing $100,000 in additional between private investors and helping you with your business side of your the business side of your credit as well. So we've got both of those things converging. What does that mean? That means we're going to teach you a system so that with your effort, you can raise capital. And then we're going to help you get your business entities, first of all, structured properly. So this is going to be the correct NAICS code, NAICS code, SIC codes, making sure that the addresses, the names, the phone numbers, the things that are registered with the Secretary of State, et cetera, are all done correctly. That increases your chances of funding. And then we're going to help you build your entity or entities with the proper profile so that that too can happen. So now you've got both things, right? You've got other people's money and other people's money from 2 different places, whether that's business credit with financial institutions or helping you to get private investors so that regardless of how much money you have right now, you can raise more to complete your vision. That's the goal, right? And that $100,000 doesn't complete the vision, but it does help you know that you can do it and have the skill set, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the plan. So, and how do we work? Well, ultimately we work quickly because we want you to be able to do all of these things. Understanding the foundational principles for starting your short-term rental business. We're going into some of that today, okay? But not completely, obviously. Finding the best locations, teaching you how to find the best locations and then how to evaluate the best locations. Two different things. Okay, we're going to go through part of this in just a moment. Identifying and negotiating the best deals, specifically with landlords, raising capital and the financing for the units, so furniture, fixtures, and equipment, helping you navigate the laws and regulations in your location, scripts. We're going to get the script for landlords right now in a moment, because we need to get there in order for you to be able to get to a lease. Okay. And then we're going to talk about finding consistent and repeat renters here in just a second, but we obviously go deeper for that. Then photos, marketing, tech teams helping you to put together. There's currently 11 tools in the tech stack, as well as avoiding the mistakes, and then implementing all of this as a system that runs without your constant intervention, because you don't want that. You still have to manage, yes, but you don't, and then oversee, but you don't want to be constantly tied to your phone or have that feeling. So in essence, that is what we help you to do. And then not last, but also we've expanded this to be a 12-month situation. So for those of you who do decide to continue your education with us, you can go to the link that you see scrolling at the bottom, cashflowdiary.com/mastermind live. Let me change it in the chat as well, so that way you guys have that. To continue with us, go to diary.com mastermind and then hyphen live. Did I do that? Yep. And now I'm going to change that, put that as the pin. I think I did it right. Yep, perfect. So now you have that there. You have it scrolling at the bottom. Now, let me get into the biggest thing to note is that we consistently give more in use value than we ask in cash value. So what does that mean in this case? That means we function on a 1-to-10 ratio. If we ask for $1, we believe you'll make at least, keywords, at least 10. If we ask for 10, we believe you'll make 20. If we make 20, or if we ask for 100, we believe you'll make 1,000. If we ask for 100,000, we know you'll make 1 million. It doesn't really matter. The point is giving more in use value, teaching you how to do this over time than we ask in cash value. So if you are ready to go ahead and join, great. Or anytime that you are before we're done, go ahead and click that orange button is what you would need to do. Now, with that being said, let me show you, because this is the other question people are going to ask later, is there you go. We've developed first of all, for those of you who remember from last year, the price was originally $22,188 for the year. When you pay for the entire year, you get your best price at $997, $999.97. It's right there. And what we did then is also changed our payment plans. So that way you have easier ways to pay and still receive the same things. And then we've invented a weekly payment. So the weekly payment is literally this, $297 a week. And that's all it would take to get started is $297. You would click here, put in your payment details, and we would start you. Everybody starts with the 90-day action plan. I'm going to describe that in a second. The business credit scan was the first step in order to build the business credit. We're going to put your entities in there and begin to give you direction on what you need to fix there. And then the only thing I haven't said down here are what some of these bonuses are for those, depending on where you choose monthly or yearly, and specifically today. So some of you, you're going to be ready to go, or you're already ready to go, and that's great. You're just going to go here, click enroll now. Like I said, put in the information and go from there. What we're doing here specifically with is for those of you who are taking us up on this, you are receiving an additional 55-inch 4K HD television. So hopefully you put it inside your unit. I don't know. You're going to do what you're going to do, right? So that is the standard. That is the, not standard, but that is the bonus for today, is an actual TV. Okay, we're going to get it to you so that you can have a TV in your short-term rental with any one of these purchases, again, to today. So you can just go and do that. Now, others of you, if you're and you want everything, what we're going to do is we're going to do an additional one-on-one with me. Here's how that works. That works as follows. After you complete your 90-day action plan, you're going to meet with your consultant. They're going to tell you what you need to do. Then I'm going to come in as well to give you any other things that I can think of to make it go faster, to make it be cheaper, to make it a better quality in a shorter period of time. That's the whole thing. So we're going to do our best to come up with that, making sure your plan is as comprehensive as it needs to be. And again, these are for those that happen to purchase today. Now, some of you may still have questions, okay? You may still have questions, and that's fine. Let me put where did that go? What you want to do is if you want to ask a question about this before you get started, again, I just changed the link. It's cashflowdiary.com/start. Let me tell you very clearly, there is a, excuse me, there's a $97 non-refundable charge for the call because I want to talk to those of you who have an interest in moving this forward, and I want to prioritize those. I want to make sure that they're there. Now, as you continue to move this forward, you'll get the $97 back. So you get on the call and then you decide to move forward, we'll give you the $97 back. I don't really care about that. What I care about is that the people who are on the call are the ones who are interested in actually joining and being one of those individuals who's in the running for that next 7-figure family. I don't know who that's going to be yet, but we'll see. And even if you're not one of those, you're going to be a lot better off with a whole bunch of more short-term rentals and assets working for you, because that's the goal, is to make sure that that happens as well. So what does that mean today? That means at a minimum, some of you should be making an appointment. Go to cashflowdiary.com/start. Like I said, do that now. And for those of you who do so before, hear what I'm saying, before the live portion ends today. Before the live portion ends today, what is happening is there's a special additional bonus for each of you, which you'll find out about on the call. So what does that mean? That means, you can purchase directly if you already have all your questions answered. You know this is something you want to do. You want to get access to our community. You want to get access to the additional resources, get access to our vendors that are going to help you build this thing. You want to get access to the additional business credit. You want to get access to how to raise the capital from A to B. Literally, it's like a 7-week process. It's like a 7-week process, regardless of your experience, that we teach you how to execute. Okay, we teach you how to execute and actually come out on the other end successful with raising capital for your short-term rental business. That's also what we're talking about. If you want to make that stuff happen for you, then great. You know what to do. You can go to cashflowdiary.com/mastermind-live, or if you want to talk to me again today, I've got some spots on the calendar still. Go to cashflowdiary.com/start. Now, let's go through what you guys have learned. Let me see. Go back to the comments to find those. And feel free, if you have any more questions, or as you have more questions, to go ahead and put those in. All right. So, Quentin says it would take about 3 lifetimes for him to be able to make the money happen. Remember when we were talking about how long would it take doing what you're doing now in order to have the $1 million saved in 401k, all that type of things. Yep, makes sense. Leslie was saying, when you were breaking down the YouTube video, I was confused, but I understand how it correlates to the business owner. Okay, got it. Yes, the YouTube video example I was just saying in general is a way to build assets. A YouTube video is an asset for the company, and it can be an asset in many different ways. Obviously, it could be an asset via advertising dollars. It can be an asset by adding more people to your database. It can be an asset by providing, it could be a sales video, right? Directly selling something. That also works, right? Yes. And it still functions inside. You didn't build or buy or own the infrastructure of YouTube, right? So they built a distribution system. What do they distribute? Access to videos that if you put them there, other people can see them. That's the whole point. Okay. The D White, or if you have 100K vested in the market. I'm not. D, if you're still here, do me a favor, clarify what you're saying. I'm not 100. I'm not clear. I'm sorry. See, Leslie, I am able to make profits a lot quicker than I thought. That's something that you learned. That's good because, again, the profits are built upon number of bedrooms. So we use the example of 8 bedrooms, right? We use the example of building 8 bedrooms, and we said it would take us 5 months to do so. So over the course of 5 months, we would build 8 one-bedroom units, right? But what if we used 2-bedroom units? Well, then we'd only need 4. If we did a 3-bedroom unit, we would only need 3. If we did a 4-bedroom unit, we'd only need 2. You get my meaning here. So being able to produce additional revenue or revenue quicker than you thought is exactly what I'm talking about. Said another way, getting rich happens only fast. It only happens fast. Bringing more money in over the same amount of time, right? It's more money arriving faster, right? It's not the amount of money, it's just more money arriving faster. So Judson said, I learned that the use of an asset is where the currency is. Yes, one of the things, Judson, that I love about business in general is that it doesn't matter what currency is currently in play. Meaning, if all of a sudden we had to deal with transactions in salt, I could accept salt in exchange for providing a place to stay. I can accept that, right? Simple. Goats, I don't know. Whatever you want to accept as a form of currency is what you can accept. Side note, the first real estate transaction in the Bible, by the way, was the cave of Machpelah. Abraham bought a cave with cash, with what he had on him. It was kind of like pocket change. When you read it, it's just like what he had with him. He didn't run to no bank. He didn't need no loan. And he bought it as a cave burial site for his spouse. Crazy. And he didn't use US dollars. So the currency can change so long as you have assets. So for those of you, if you've ever been worried about, oh no, what's going to happen to the dollar? Don't save dollars. Save assets. Don't save dollars, save assets. That's the difference. Because now once you save assets, the use of those assets can be the very thing that helps you to make any sort of transition like that. James says, I learned that a shift of the mindset to the favorable can bring about many benefits. Yes, I love the math. Me too. Is it beneficial to operate under an LLC or as a sole unit? Got it. Okay, so the most direct answer is this is a tax and a legal question. This is technically a tax and a legal question. I am neither a tax attorney or attorney or tax person. I don't prepare taxes. I don't do that. And I'm not an attorney. And from a best practices standpoint, yes, you should have an entity. Now, what kind? Because you specifically said LLC. That's the legal question that I would ask the attorney. And then the tax question is, how is that income taxed? What does that look like? Do I need LLC or do I need S corporation? And there are many factors that go into it in order to make that determination. So it's typically between those two. Very, 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 very rarely, as in less than even 0.05% of you should even be thinking C corporation for a whole there. And there's a whole host of reasons for that. But anyway, talk to that's the best way. But yes, you should operate as an entity at a minimum. Inside of our system, it is the only way we let people operate is with an entity. Because there are so many more things that are going to, I mean, for example, your insurance is actually going to be more expensive, and you don't want that kind of exposure. Okay. I could tell you stories. So, Leslie, how do I get started with limited finances? That's why we created the $297 price, is to help people get started with very, very small dollars, or the monthly one, because it gives you time, right? It gives you time before you to do some things before you have to make the next payment. So that's the whole idea between having the payment plans. Now, the limited finances piece that I think you're also speaking of is things like the furnitures, fixtures, and equipment, or FF&E. Okay, no problem. Well, that's why we are now helping people with business credit from the beginning. Okay, even if you have entities right now, even if you think you have the right kind of entity structures with products that with credit products, even if you've been through other companies that have memberships and all this other stuff, even if you've been through all that stuff, we are still able to help you. And it's not tied to your personal credit, so it doesn't matter, is what I'm saying. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, you can learn anything if you are taught the rules, and being taught the rules and shown how to build more capital for your business, aka raise more capital for your business, is what we provide as well. So through effort and time, both effort being raising capital, time being business credit, between those two things, that is why we are helping individuals understand how to get access to at least another $100,000. Okay, that's exactly why. So that means what you have to focus on at the beginning is getting in. Once you're in, we'll help you move yourself up that proverbial income ladder by telling you exactly what you need to do to attract more capital and to get more skill sets, more people working with you and for you, so that your business becomes a system that delivers the service. Because at the end of the day, the marketplace doesn't care about your situation. It only cares about your solution. People with resources, and whether that's money, time, knowledge, reputation, contacts, etc., they care about in that case, that's the exchange. People with money, remember what I said about investors, they're using their money, giving it to a business owner of some kind, so that it then comes back with more money. Same thing, the employee or vendor is looking for a job or client. You are that person. So we help you attract those other people and build on the system that we have developed, and then teach you how to run it. So that way you bring to the marketplace our system in your area in order to then therefore receive the benefit. You're going to give more in use value than you ask in cash value. We're actually going to help you do it, if that makes sense. So Leslie, hopefully that answered that question. Worst case scenario, like I said, go to CashFlowDiary.com/start and let's talk about it. Let's talk about it today. Or for those of you who are already ready, you can click the link in the chat. It's CashFlowDiary.com/mastermind live. Okay. Let's see what else we got. How do you pull out cash from a property worth less than 100K? Got it. There are many ways to do that. And Judson, if that's your situation, I'm assuming this particular property has no first position. I'm making a couple of assumptions, and if these assumptions are off, what I'm asking you to do is go make a post under questions inside of the community, and what I'll do is I'll create a video that is an answer to any of my assumptions, because then any of my assumptions that are off. So that way, if I've gotten it wrong here, then you have it. All right. How do you pull out cash from a property worth less than 100K? Got it. Typically, this is where how I have done it is with a private investor. Again, getting a private investor to be that first position is a quick and easy way, quick in my opinion, and easy way in order to quote unquote pull the cash out. That is a way to do it. That is not the only way to do it, but that is a way. And another way, just to give you some future thinking here, especially if that property is being ran as a short-term rental, is to get access to future, to finance rather, the future receipts. So factor the future receipts. So say you've got, and I'm making it up right now, but let's say you've got $75,000 in future reservations that are scheduled to happen within the next 12 months that you can already see is $75,000 on the books. Okay, great. Getting you a percentage of that, think LTV, all right, of that $75,000 future revenue could be another way to do it, right? And if the only reason I'm saying this is because there are many pieces of the asset that most real estate people aren't really thinking about. You're only thinking about the house as the asset, but also the income stream is another asset relative to that particular house. So that there are many things inside of the business that can create some liquidity if that's what we're talking about. But that's it. But again, that's under those conditions and whatnot. Like I said, there are many different ways to do it. Post a question in the chat and I'll do my best to get over there later today and get that answered for you guys as well. Are we going to be making enough money during the first year to pay for your weekly subscription? Oh, yeah, I'm glad you asked that question. So Leslie, here's how it is broken down. That was such a great question. Here's how it's broken down. Part of the reason we said we want you to get 4 short-term rentals is because in my head, worst case scenario is you get 4 1-bedrooms. 4 1-bedrooms is a net income of $3,200. $3,200. Okay. The weekly is $297 a week. When you do the math, $3,200 is greater than $297 a week. So the answer to your question is yes. How long does that take? Well, you heard one lady say it took her 5 days. I also know another lady in our community took her 7 years, but she got it done. But it's all relative to the level of input and service and influence you give us. Hopefully that makes sense, right? Can we get you there? Yes. Can you follow directions? I don't know. I think so. I hope so. I'm hoping you can. I believe you. Believe in you. And that's exactly why it's structured the way it's structured, is to make sure that you have what you need to take those necessary steps. That's really what it comes down to. And when you're stuck, you're not trying to figure out the correct mindset or the correct skill set. Because see, those are the pieces. I told you, we have the tool set. That's easy. And how do we give you the correct mindset and skill set? That's done over time. That's done via apprenticeship. That's where that comes in. This is why when questions come in, I like to create videos and video answers for you. That's ultimately what ends up happening, is that if the question requires higher level thinking, mindset, or skill set, I end up creating a video that answers your question. And then therefore you have your video answer. You can hear it over and over and over and over and over and over again. But more importantly, practice, drill, rehearse. You can hear the mindset from which I am coming, as opposed to trying to recreate it. Because that's part of the challenge with taking notes, is that we're not in the moment. We're not receiving the information from the individual. And there's a lot in intonation, tone, timbre, rate of speech, etc., that is also communicated when talking to a landlord, when talking to an investor, when talking to a guest, when talking to whomever we're talking about. because this is always a consistent sales process. It is no doubt a transformation over the 12-month period. It is no doubt that the person who you are today cannot, will not, should not be the same, even next week, next month. And we will keep pushing you to be that person that you've told us, because that's step one. Everybody starts with the intake form. On that intake form, you're going to answer a bunch of questions. And through those questions, we're going to have a step-by-step 90-day action plan. What to do step by step. There was no doubt of you will have no doubt of what it is that you need to do, when you need to do it by, how to get it done. The only thing that's left is do it. Did you do it? That's like the major question. Well, did you do it? No? Okay. Well, I don't know what you want. I can't do it for you. Well, we can, but that's a completely different program and service and is well beyond the scope of today. So are we going to make I can't guarantee, I want to guarantee that, but I can't guarantee how fast or hard you're going to drive. If you can guarantee me, though, that you will do exactly what we ask as assigned, and it's not like I'm going to give you so much to do that you can't get it done. No, it's designed so that you can work on maybe 10 hours a week, if that. That's how it's designed. So don't be thinking like, oh, this is going to be impossible, or we're setting you up to. No, we need you, want you to succeed. 4 short-term rentals. That's where the number comes from. So yeah, you should. If you don't, we'll know what you haven't done, if that makes sense. So that's really the difference. So long as you keep doing the assigned work, just like you did in school. They gave you one assignment at a time. You did that assignment, did that assignment, did that assignment. Then you took a test. You took the test, maybe you passed, maybe you failed. You figured out what you did wrong, corrected that. Then you did the next assignment, next assignment, next assignment. It's the same thing. We're just setting it up from a business standpoint. Hopefully that helps. But yes, and if you want to talk about it a little bit more, go to CashFlowDiary.com/start, or like I said, you can go straight to the Mastermind-Live. Okay. Hey, Dr. Cash, welcome back. Glad to have you. Leslie says, thank you. So hopefully that helped. D, so are you saying each member will make a minimum of $800 a month? I'm saying the target net income per bedroom. So yes, is $800 a month. And that has a lot to do actually with the next formula that I'm going to share. But that's what I am saying. Yes. So each 1-bedroom unit should make a minimum of net income of $800 per month, or $9,600 over the year. For those of you who are in other countries, do the proper conversion. Okay. We help people in 17 different countries currently, and you always have to convert to whatever your currency is, but using the US dollar as the basis. And for those of you who are in other countries, you are more than welcome to join us, because we love you. And it works the same way. You don't have to, and you won't have to worry about being up in the middle of the night, because we do a lot of our training asynchronously, intentionally. So those live videos I was talking about for you guys, you'll be able to watch them at your own pace and speed, etc. Anyway, and I said that to say, I need you to speak English. I may not speak your language, but so long as you speak English, we can help you. All right. But yes, D, 800 net income per month minimum per bedroom. So a 2-bedroom would be 1,600, a 3, 24, a 4, 32, right? Per bedroom, right? When you are not hitting those metrics, the next formula I'm going to talk about is part of our diagnostic tool to figure out what's missing, because it's usually a what's missing from your business overall that then says, okay, this is the level of thinking I'm currently at, and this is the level of thinking we need you to get to, and here's the skill set that you'll need to practice, and ultimately, here's the tool set to execute so that you can now achieve that result. So that's really what happens, especially if you're coming to us, D, with existing units, right? We have to go through this process. Now, I'm stressing minimum because, yeah, will there be months where you do more than $800 per bedroom? Yes, there should be. Absolutely. I'm saying averaged out over the cross a year. So adjusting for seasonality, changes in pricing, changes in weather patterns. That's what we are helping you to make sure you get to per bedroom. If you're not there, something's missing. Okay. So hopefully that makes some sense. All right. Lots of questions coming in. I like it. You're welcome, D. Got it. How much on average should you pay for a one bedroom in the US to make that $800 profit? Jared, it's and this is the difference. Like, you're going to pay whatever market, whatever the fair market rent is, whatever fair market rent is in your area. This is the interesting thing is, like in our LA, or we'll just take LA units. LA will typically have a greater top line gross dollar amount, but the net income still comes out to about the same, if that makes sense. So that is to say, LA bedrooms cost more, but still net the same. Long Beach, significantly less, but still net the same in terms of expense. So that's why we talk about that net number, not the gross number, because the gross number is is a function of your environment. The net number is a function of your management, and that's something we can focus on. We can control that. We can influence that easier than we can influence the rental market in an area. So, and we don't want to put ourselves in a situation to where we got to rent it for 50% off in order to even have a shot. So and here's the best part. That's not hard to do. Okay. That's not hard to do because of the structure and all the efficiencies in it. That's how this business makes money, is by being system efficient. When you say to yourself, I'll do it myself to save the money, now you're doing the exact inverse. You are spending time for money, and we've got, so long as you stay focused on buying time the entire time, I don't get too concerned about how much you pay for your unit, because the other piece is it's relative to who do you want to serve. Okay. So Geraldine, it's a multivariate function. So there is no like top line, don't pay more than this. No, you could pay $10,000 a month for rent and still make this work because of who you serve. Now, when I said $10,000 a month, some of you freaked out a little bit. But now what I'm going to say is, as soon as I turn that into a location for a movie, you're really talking about 20 to 30, maybe even $40,000 a day that the movie will pay you to rent that same place that you pay $10,000 a month on. So cool. How many days do you want to shoot, right? It's a whole process, but that's one way of reimagining the customer. And because that's really what it comes down to. Because Geraldine, think about this. There's Neiman Marcus, there's Nordstrom, there's Target, there's Walmart. All four of those places sell shirts. I don't care where you get your shirts from. And functionally, it covers your body, protects it, or what have you. It's a shirt. And there's a different expectation from a shirt from Neiman versus Walmart, Nordstrom versus Target, and all of the other combinations of ways you would want to put that. Different customer experience, different everything. And it's still a shirt. So yes, there isn't an average you should pay. It depends. Everything depends on the first step in your workbook. Who do you want to serve? So depending on who you're serving, that's going to, and where you're serving them, that's going to influence how things go. All right. I just asked because it varies due state and city. Well, it varies more than this. Well, I think you got that part and some of the other stuff. You are absolutely correct. I have 2 units and I generated $2,000 a month during peak for each of my 1-bedroom and studio. Excellent, D. Good stuff. Yeah, I mean, I've been doing this a while, like I said, and I've got data and information from all over the globe that helps us to understand what it is that people want, need, desire, will pay for, etc. And this is important. I have 280s in my backyard. So that's, hey, there you go. Do it, do it, do it. Is there a cost, or is this a mastermind group? It's yes, there is a cost. And I'm just going to be funny with you for a second, Dr. Cash, and say the cost could be your future. Because what if you can't do it any other way? What if the future you're after isn't possible but for you finding a way to increase your income without increasing the amount of time spent? Changing what I like to call your income to time ratio, right? To where you earn more but work less, especially in the business. So, of course, there's a cost. I think what you're really after is the price. Okay. So if you want to talk more about the program, you can go to CashFlowDiary.com/start. You can talk to me. There is a price of $97 for that phone call that is non-refundable. Now, should you continue to go from there, sir, you can, well, I'm assuming, sir, it could be, I don't know. So you can go from there, and we'll apply that to any sort of the future purchase. Hopefully that makes sense. And CashFlowDiary.com/start, or you can go to CashFlowDiary.com/mastermind live, mastermind-live. So now that's on the screen. When you get there, it'll go over in words. You'll see the elements of the program, except the new things we added, which is the business credit scan, guaranteeing you an additional $100,000 of capital, of investor capital, either through business credit and or teaching you how to raise it. Okay, one or two, if not both. It'll probably be a combination of both. And we've added a 90-day action plan where you're going to tell us about your business in such detail by answering questions that we're going to pop out and what you need to do for the next 90 days, depending on where your business is right now. So that's why you're going to tell us, you're going to answer our questions. We're going to tell you what to do and help you project manage it until it's done. And that's where the, dedicated consultant comes in to help you through that process over and over and over again. That's what we're going to do. We're going to do that repeatedly until you get to the goal. You're going to always know what to do. You're going to have the templates, the scripts, the SOPs, all of the things from top to bottom. Okay. So we've added those things, and you'll be able to choose one of the payment options, whether that's $297 a week, $997 a month, or $9997 for the year, so that we will stay in contact and continue to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, helping you to build ultimately the business you said that you wanted. So yes, there's a cost. The price, however, is what I just said. I just went through that. So, and if you want to, or if you just want to talk about it more first, just go to CashFlowDiary.com/start, fill it out. And then you and I will talk today. Again, there are some bonuses for today. One of those bonuses is an actual television. So a 55-inch 4K HD. Just want to make sure I said that right. 55-inch 4K HD for the individuals who are starting with us today. Okay, meaning either directly, because we'll check it here in just a bit, or when those of you who are on the phone with me later today. Either way. And that's what it comes down to. Hopefully that answers your question, Dr. Cash, because at the end of the day, there are 66 different use cases, and we're going to talk about that in just a second. Those 66 different use cases, any one of those use cases is a 7 or multiple 7-figure business for you. We don't want any of your business. It's your business, not ours. Okay. So we're not splitting anything. No, it's yours. We're going to teach you how to fish so that you can keep feeding yourself. Okay. Okay. So my gross is $2,000 a month. So my net is above 800. Good. And D, pay attention. This next formula I'm going to go through, you're going to be able to get the net above that too, right? Because I'm going to show you some stuff that people typically are not doing. Okay. That's it. Question. Thank you, Judson. Perfect. You never said that your consulting is a tax deduction coming from a. I did not say that. I tend to stay. Yes, you are correct. The fee that we charge totally is a deduction. I know. I didn't know, D, that you were a tax person. Thank you for being here. So either way it goes, yes, there are so many ways. Now, I will also say this, D, because I tell people this all the time. The negative side of the business is that it does produce a significant amount of taxable income, and you need a strategy to deal with it later. And that's why we talk about phase 3. Because at phase 3, your free cash flow, hypothetically speaking, just imagine this for a second, guys, that you have $10, $20, $50,000, I'll say per quarter of free cash flow that you get to choose what to do with to then go buy additional assets. And if that additional asset happens to be real estate, D and other tax professionals, I'm sure, understand things like depreciation that can come into play for you to help you offset things in terms of income. So having a tax strategist is a part of everything. And again, we've got a vendor list for that too. My point is, that's the downside, is that you end up producing a lot of taxable income that you are also know how to deal with, because you'll have the resources and support to make that happen. So that's just how that there are just so many ways to get to the end of this proverbial rainbow. You definitely, yeah, no doubt. Again, this is for all of the major countries. So if you happen to be, Spain, UK, if you have a quote unquote advanced tax system, what it comes down to is one of 4 things helps you get the deduction. You provide food, provide energy, provide jobs, provide housing. We're teaching you to provide jobs and housing. Okay, we're teaching you to provide jobs and housing, and that will help, but it also will produce a significant amount of taxable income. All right, so we've answered the question, so let's keep going. Brand, where am I going next? Oh, that's right. So now what I'm going to do, I just closed the window I needed. What I'm going to do is that we're going to go through. So we reviewed the offer, we were capped. So now we're going to give you directions of what to do. So here comes the formula. All right, so here we go. So let's make sure. All right, here it is. We've, boom, excellent. All right, so it's L times C times F times M equals GP, okay? Now, I wonder, can I do that? All right, so these are our multiplication, okay? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I didn't see that happen. We have 5 variables in this one, all right? We're gonna define those real fast, and then we're gonna go from there. And I'm gonna show you how this, for those of you who have no units, this is going to be of how you build those units and make stuff happen, okay? This is gonna be the beginning of that. Give me 1 second. Clearly, I have a phone call, and I'm going to put my phone on Do Not Disturb now. There we go. All right. So here we go. L times C times F times M equals GP. Got that? Well, let's define each of these letters so that you have them. L, please. C. F is frequency. There we go. Sorry, I couldn't see you guys for a second. And then M equals margin. Now we don't have the time to go into all of them in detail today. Okay, we don't. I understand. And leads times customers times frequency times margin. here's how this is the diagnostic tool, as well as how we go through the process of maximizing revenue to make sure you do get to 800. So let's start with this first one, because this is the one that people think about the most. Leads. Okay. So the question is how many leads are you currently generating? Right. So right now, for most of you, that answer is 0. How are you going to generate leads? Well, we're going to use and leverage our customer. So let me put this in business terms. Our customer acquisition strategy, it can be, we could run a commercial on the Super Bowl, right? That is a customer acquisition strategy. Actually, it's probably more of a brand strategy than customer acquisition. Although if you're Beyonce, apparently you can do it with a country song. So my point though is you have a process, a system to gaining your customer. And that process and system is what I'm talking about right now. Leads. What is the first step? Now, for most people, we're always going to recommend that they start with a platform like an Airbnb, which means we're going to show you how to put the platform together properly to maximize visibility and credibility, because visibility times credibility equals profitability. That's another training. So L times C times F times M, leads. How many leads are you currently generating? So for those of you who are currently in business, already operating, that would be one of the questions we would ask in order to then understand. Well, this time last year, we had 40 leads this over the month. This time we have 15. Okay, cool. So let's look at what's going on just under the leads category. How are you generating those leads? What is the source of those leads? What was the cost for each of those leads? All of these things are the things we begin to analyze. Those of you who are like, but I don't have any leads, I don't have any property yet. Okay, so you need a different kind of lead. You need a lead for a property. You're not looking for a property though, you're looking for problems. People, humans, you even, me, we all do this. We like other people, we like to complain, but we also like other people to solve our problems for us. Guess what? An entrepreneur does. We solve other people's problems for a profit. The bigger the problem, the bigger the paycheck. Period. What do you mean? Well, a big problem requires a bigger solution. And that marketplace doesn't care about my situation, cares about my solution. And they pay me for use of the solution. That's it. Bigger problem, bigger paycheck. So vacancy is the problem you solve for a landlord. They advertise vacancy all the time because it's a problem. Hey, come solve our problem. My problem is this unit is vacant. Cool. How do we fix it? We fill it. That is what we bring to the marketplace. A solution. We bring you, landlord, occupancy. Hear what I am saying. When you are first starting, you are thinking about who you are today. And that is messing with your ability to go talk to landlords, because you're thinking, well, why would they let me make the money? You're in two different businesses. One is wholesale, the other is retail. The landlord is in the wholesale business and you are in the retail business. You need landlords. They are your inventory. That's where you go to buy time. They're your supplier of time for all intents and purposes. And then you resell that time to somebody else, another third party. This is what I've said, right? You go buy it from the landlord, sell it to somebody else. Buy it from the landlord, sell it to somebody else. And you sell up a system that allows you to continually do that every day. So you need landlord leads. Where do landlord leads come from? They come from you first knowing who do you want to serve. So let me show you some crazy examples real fast, because I know I'm over time today, but that almost always happens, right? Share this screen. We're going to go here. This one, yes. Boom. All right. So what I'm going to show you is here. Here's what I'm going to say. It is not about the property. It is about the experience at the property. This is vacant land with a covered wagon. I don't know where you get a covered wagon from or beds that really look like that you put in a covered wagon. I don't know anything about the plumbing involved with a covered wagon. I don't think I want to know either. And there's an experience with multiple, I just want to make sure we all see this, multiple covered wagons, because I see at least 4 of them, 1, 2, 3, 4, on a piece of property that would otherwise be dirt with a fence around it. Okay. And that experience is $264 a night. Okay. And I'm sure they've got all kinds of things as you know, with pets and all this other stuff. Fine. My point though is that could be $1,000 a night with 4 of those on there. $30,000 a month. Okay. Hopefully that's, I don't know. I'm hoping that makes sense to you. I'm hoping that it grabs you just a little bit to go, oh, okay, I see, right? Because that's not something many of you were considering. And I know this because most people aren't considering vacant land. Most of the time you think it has to be some form of a, what's it called? Some form of a vacation place. And vacation is all but one use case. So, but here's a treehouse. This is a treehouse. I have no desire to stay in a treehouse, and I definitely don't want to stay in one for $910 a night. I'm not saying it's worth it. I'm not saying it's not. I'm saying it's $910 a night in a treehouse. Okay. And okay, that's one way that's a type of customer. This is why it's about the experience at the property, not the property itself. And I want to keep driving that home over and over and over again. That's what makes this different. Your property, yes, sure, important. And it's still about the experience at the property. This is more of the glamping style. You've seen there's yurts and all kinds of things. Tiny homes are here. There's all kinds of things. Okay. Earlier, for those of you who were here, you saw Erica and Rebecca as I was talking to them. This Hicksville Trailer Palace is something that maybe some of you have stayed at. Maybe you've been there, maybe not. Either way, you'll notice that you'll see Erica and Rebecca here shortly. And that what I'm saying to you is started here and through the process, get to the point where you own hotels. That's it. That's what they wanted to do. That was their way of playing for real estate, is to own home. Great. And there are many, many more ways to do it, but it all starts with the same thing: building a strong business that produces free cash flow. With that free cash flow, you then go buy other assets. There's Rebecca, there's Erica right behind her. You get the idea. And that's going through all the phases, right? And some people do it faster than others. I don't care how long it takes you. I just care that you do it and you get into the 7-figure family club. That's it. That's my goal. That's it. That's why I do what I do. It's because I want that to keep happening for more people, right? So what is that meaning? Where we stop, present, share screen. So yes, you need leads for landlords, right? How do you get them? You get them by being clear about who you want to serve. Inside your workbook on page 1, we give you the basics answers of who do you want to serve. And that's what we want you to do, is answer that. Because that's going to tell you how to then find and talk to landlords. So I'm going to tell you how to talk to landlords literally right now. Or first, I'm going to tell you how to find them first, as you determine who it is that you wish to serve. So say, for example, here's another type of customer out there, is the medical traveler, person traveling for medical reasons. This could be the doctor themselves. This could be someone to support them, the doctor, or someone to also support the patient. It could be the patient themselves. It could be, well, there's many reasons, okay? Many reasons. And any one of those customers could be yours, but also here's what I'm trying to drive home. I'm going to drive this one more time. There are some high-level physicians, like the ones in the airports with the cheesy grins that you've seen, the big banners. People are traveling from out of the area to the area to see that doctor. If you've ever taken the time to talk to that doctor's receptionist right after they make an appointment, what the question they're getting is, where do I stay when we come? And they are sending them to a hotel most of the time because they don't know you, your properties, you haven't introduced yourself yet. But that one thing, think about it. How many patients does that doctor have? I don't know, but it's a lot. And that doctor specialist likely has some high paying customers, clients, especially when we get to elective surgeries, think plastic surgery, etc. And all I'm saying is that's an opportunity for you. There are more. Obviously, near a university hospital, there's an opportunity for you, not only for the student, but also the doctor, as well as still the patient. Ronald McDonald houses, all of them are on back order, meaning there's not enough housing for the type of work that they do, right? That's another way. Another way I can keep doing this regardless of where you are geographically. You're in the middle of nowhere, great. Now you have the retreats necessary for authors and other artists, especially authors. They like to go somewhere, get away from it all, so to speak, to then do their thing. So they want the middle of nowhere retreat so that they can write their next book or what have you. Great. My point is, you can find the areas of interest that your customer would be interested in. So if you are looking for a vacation, this is typically going to be your amusement parks, beaches, and or museums. You can figure that out ahead of time. If you're doing business travel, being near your commercial districts or industrial districts, depending on the industry, right? Also being near a convention center is a great shot, great idea. So you're looking for the areas of interest on the map. You're going to circle those. And then you're going to go to that area and look for rent signs. But it starts with, who do you want to serve? Once you know that, then you can do the others. Until then, you don't know what area of town to go in. You don't know how many TVs to put in a place. You don't know color scheme. You don't know a lot of things until you determine who is this property going to be best serving. Maybe you want to serve those who go to the theater. Now, when I say go to the theater, I'm not talking about the patrons. I'm talking about those who perform at it. So Hamilton's coming to your theater or anytime soon? Great. Those who perform at it probably are not from the area and need a place to stay. So this happens all the time. So we've housed people who are performing at one of our theaters here in the local area. And yeah, okay, sure. Maybe if you really want to, do you want free tickets? Not that badly. I'd rather have rather than pay for the reservation, right? Because they're going to be here a while. This is part of what I am saying. All of these little things that sound little, sound small, are really huge dollars and numbers. Okay. So that's why the numbers are what they are, because the more specialized you get with your customer, the easier it is to hit that 800 and above. So where are your leads coming from? If you are never doing, for example, government contracting of any kind, if you're not working with any sort of housing agency, and you don't have to work with all of them, any one of them is 7 figures. And that's why we say pick 3. I just want you to have 3 and hopefully they overlap. But leads is important. So where are those landlord leads coming from? I'll say it again. Determine who it is that you want to serve. Find the areas of interest related to who you want to serve in the geographic area in which you are now expanding to. Preferably, for those of you getting started, as close to your physical primary residence as possible. And then go to that area, get out the car or bus or whatever you're driving around. I don't care. I like to go. Sometimes I like to go to that area and get on those scooters because those are fun. Look for the for rent signs and you make a list. That list we like to call the opportunity list. This is your opportunity of people who you need to call. Okay. And now that you have called them or in the process of calling them, it's what do I say to landlords? We are still on leads. What do I say to landlords? Here's the exact script. Don't change a word. Hi, my name is Jay. My company and I are looking to lease a number of properties in the area. Are you the right person to talk to about this? I'll say that again. My company and I are looking to lease a number of properties in the area. Are you the right person to talk to about this? Hi, my name is Jay. My company and I are looking to lease a number of properties in the area. Are you the right person to talk to about this? Exact words, exact phrases. Then your job on that call is to simply get the appointment to walk the property. If you've never walked property before, we have videos and diagrams that show you exactly the way to walk a floor plan so that you miss nothing. And you take our property evaluation checklist with you, check stuff off, then you cross-reference it against who you want to serve and figure out, does this property work? Yes or no. Either it does or it doesn't, and that's fine. And if it works, great, rent it. If it doesn't, great, don't. Okay. And of course, this is staying in compliance with all of the ordinances in your area, showing you how to look that up. And there's a process to that too. My point is, when the landlord wants to offer you the place, say yes, you sign it, move forward. And now comes the next piece, which is making sure you market the property properly. We tend to start everybody on Airbnb, but also what words do you use? What photos do you use? What does the design need to look like? This is where hiring someone else to do that part matters a lot. You are not a designer. I don't care if you know how to design. You are not a designer. You have been promoted to CEO. And you have to learn how to get into the chief executive officer position as quickly as humanly possible. So what does that mean? I like to give the floor plan and the keys to my team, and then I come back after they're done. Done meaning pictures have been taken, linen has been washed, placed where it is supposed to be. Dishes have been washed and placed where they're supposed to be. Pictures are on the wall, art's on the wall, desks are in their right places, shower heads have been tested, connected, electrical outlets all have been tested. The supply closet has supplies. There's everything in the kitchen to cook is already there, including certain spices and oils. There is all of it is done from procurement all the way through. I want to hand them keys and floor plan. I'm not giving them anything else. They're going to do all of the things from A to B and have it done in 72 hours. Okay. Because then I'm gonna have people arrive. Now, because I'm gonna already be generating leads because I already know who it is that I wish to serve. I already know, I've already determined the location. I've already got some general ideas of what theme, and I can get representative samples of my photos and put those online. I can begin marketing so that when they're done, the new customer arrives because I already determined ahead of time who it is, what they're going to be using the place for. And therefore, now all I got to do is communicate that to the world vis-a-vis my marketing and marketing channels. And then on the other end of that, now I've got to get ready for my messaging and operations procedures. But those are the first 4 steps. And that's all under leads. You have to determine who it is you wish to serve. You have to find the right location. You have to negotiate with the landlord. And then you have to move in, literally move in to the place. Takes those first 4. Now that you're advertising, you're beginning to generate leads. We recommend always starting with Airbnb. Yes, over time, we're going to get you off of that, but we want to eat chicken and also go for steak occasionally. We want to have something to subsist on while we build the bigger, more profitable thing. Now, for those of you, I'm going to address this real fast. Those of you in marketplaces where you're like, you can't do that here. 1, you're wrong. 2, you can, because the ordinance says here's where, who, and how you, and also when you can do this. What the ordinance often determines is business model, what we call the difference between traditional market and extended stay. That's it. Extended stay, by the way, is more profitable. Extended stay is more profitable. However, it has a longer marketing window up front, meaning that first reservation, it's going to take you a little bit longer to get it, and that's okay. However, Once the system is up and running, second and concurrent reservations get easier and easier and easier and easier. And for those of you in extended stay, or what I think I've heard this midterm, whatever, I don't care what you call it, greater than 30 days situation, there are many things you can do for those non-overlapping days when you've got big, weird gaps in order to fill in that also for income. My point is maximizing your opportunity just with leads, okay, is what I've been talking about. Pulling this one lever. If everything else is, you know, what it is, and you are, say, at $800 growth potential GP, and all you do is double the number of leads, in theory, everything else stays the same, your profit would also go up, AKA double. See, by analyzing this one lever, you can pull it. You can increase the number of leads, and you can increase the, so to increase leads, sometimes it's increasing the number of sources from which you are gathering leads. So maybe this is the insurance company, as well as the hospital, as well as the university. Well, now maybe we add another platform, this, that, and the other. Now, most of you are not going to need another platform for a while at all. Okay, please don't just jump into adding more platforms, because that makes it more complicated down the road for your communications. Your operations gets harder and harder the more platforms you have that are not integrated into your PMS, which is another tool in the tech stack. So leads, then increasing your customers, the conversion process, right? How many of the leads that come in, conversations are you having that actually close into a reservation? We can figure out what's going on there. Sometimes we're just using the wrong words, because maybe we're using the word lease and we should be using the word rent when we're talking to landlords. Or maybe we're using the word tenant and we should be using the word guest. Or maybe we're using words above, and don't take this the wrong way, but the average person above a 5th grade reading level, which then makes certain things confusing for others to understand and or read. Yes, you need to pay attention to the reading level your listing is written in, because then you have a higher shot at communicating clearly. And that could be messing with your conversion simply because you are using words that others don't understand, especially when you're talking about foreigners, because the English language is really backwards and messed up. Now, customers, another thing, if you don't say it, they assume you don't have it. But you think when I say it, I mean in words. No, if there is no photo, it doesn't happen. For example, here's a quick one. Those of you currently operating and you're serving children, especially those that are toddler age and below, do you have a photo of your pack and play stroller and high chair in your listing? An actual photo. Okay, you can put all 3 of those items in one photo and show it, because if you don't show it, they assume you don't have it. Yes, I know it's written down, but it doesn't matter. It makes you no money if it's not in the photo. If you don't know how to communicate that, what you do have, you don't convert customers, and you definitely don't do it at the dollar rate that you want. The other thing that messes with people with their conversion is their photography. You have horrible cell phone photos. Please stop. No, you do not take the photos yourself. Okay, please don't. Okay, because you communicate bad design with good photos. Bad design with good photos. Hear what I said there? You are telling a very horrible story very well. If you can communicate good design with bad photos, no one can understand the words you're saying. It's all muddied because the photography is horrible. Both have to be good in order for conversion. You actually have to have a good design and good photos. Picture's worth 1,000 words. If it's not in the photo, it does not exist. And when you are talking, make sure you're saying something that they consider to be worthwhile. Okay, that is part of the customer. So learning how to increase the customer ratio, doubling that also is how we work with you to help make sure you get more net profit. Frequency. Do you have a program right now, today, that's designed to do one of 2 things? Get that person to come back, or get that person to bring you a referral. See, humans, we'll do a thing so long as you give us a reason to do it. Simple as that. Give me a reason to do it, I'll do it. Your thought process should be, how can I get every guest to introduce me to 5 more like them? What can I do to make that happen in an automated fashion? That increases frequency, revenue, lowers, decimates customer acquisition costs, decimates marketing expense. It allows you to do more with less. This is part of how you increase throughput while getting expenses down. Because if you don't have to market for a customer, a new customer, but can you leverage an existing one for similar or better net profit, that totally makes all the sense in the world. But if you're not running a business, you're not thinking about frequency. You're not thinking about how to execute that amongst a distributed model of housing, which is ultimately what you're running. So how do I do that? Okay, this formula is everything in that regard. How do I get the person to send me a referral or to come back? How do I incentivize them to do so? In fact, man, there's just too many options here. Okay, margin. This one I do see talk about, at least online. Okay, that's good. So typically when someone says, I'm not making enough money, what ends up happening is people say, well, you need to be on more platforms and get a direct booking website. And are you doing what's it called, early arrival and late checkout fees? So that I think I just summed up the internet and their solutions right there between those two things. Margin is more than that. Think about it this way. When you go to a fast food joint, I'm going to use McDonald's in the example. I'm not saying go eat at McDonald's. Okay. Now their fries are still tasty. So are the apple pies, but I'm not saying go do that. Okay. And when you go to McDonald's, you don't typically order can I get a piece of imitation meat with some cheese, which is also imitation, with some ketchup and pickles and between two slices of bread. We don't say that. We ask for a cheeseburger. In fact, we don't really ask for a cheeseburger. Nor do we ask for a cheeseburger, fries, and a drink. We say, can I have a number one? Packaging makes all the difference, especially as you go off platform. Packaging can begin to make all the difference. Everything gets included. Why? Because you'll sell more of it, and then you can sell more of the profitable thing. McDonald's makes their money from the franchisee standpoint, makes their money on the drink, not the burger. The burger is what's necessary to get you through the door. It's all the things that are sold after that is where the money is made. So let me say that differently. Most of you are subsisting on your accommodation rate. Therefore, you are leaving oodles, I don't know if that's the technical term or not, of money on the table. It's your choice, but that's what you're doing. Here's how it hurts you. You have one lever to pull, your accommodation rate and the price, and that's all you got. And you're like, okay, I'm trying to make it work. That's all you got. You can't make the money you need to make because all you have is the accommodation rate. So what do? How do you lower, hear what I'm saying? How do you lower that risk or exposure? This is going to sound funny, is you increase the risk. What do I mean? If I've got one unit, I'm putting 100% of my expenses through this one unit. And if my expenses are fixed, if I have 2 units that rent for the same, I am now dividing those expenses across 2. If I have 10 units, those same expenses are divided across 10, which means I don't have to keep my price as high in order to make profit because my expenses get absorbed more evenly across more opportunity and therefore across more revenue, more value created through the same level of expense. This is another reason why we're better at scale. This business is designed for you first to create operational leverage. Then once you do, you maximize a whole bunch of other things. Your goal is to get to operational that point as quickly as humanly possible. This is why we like it when people get into the teens number of units, because at that point you probably have a full board everything. Margin is things like, here's a very simple thing. I don't know if you guys right now currently offer your Uber referral code or Instacart referral code or Lyft referral code to your guests, especially as they're arriving. Hey, here, you earn when they use it, you end up earning, I think it was like 15. It's not a lot, but it's something. Something is better than nothing. More importantly, what's best is you're training that person to think of you as a resource during their reservation. You take that idea and then back it up with a PDF version, or physical, PDF is better, version of a guest book guidebook that has referrals to other restaurants that you've pre-negotiated, right? Do you see what's beginning to happen here? Referrals to other restaurants that you have pre-negotiated, therefore created a coupon for them. And when they use it, maybe the restaurant also sends you a fee. You worked with things like a BNI, Business Networking International, which is a group of self-employed individuals. So now for florists, you have a referral, or for what's it called? Photographers or babysitters. You have these extra things and services that you can bring to the table that you have arranged for your guests because you know who they are. And therefore, some of the things that they're going to likely want and or need. Therefore, you make more money when you add these services to them or offer them to them. But if you don't offer, guess what? You won't make any money on them. You can't, because you don't offer them. If you don't set up a system to deliver it, you get drowned in it. And part of the reason you're not thinking about things like what I just said is because your system is broken and it already feels like too much work. This makes all of the difference. This is how you can get to that 800 and beyond. Because we don't have time to talk about affiliate commission for things like the beds and the toasters and everything else, but it's there. There's just a ton of opportunity here. For in between escrows for realtors by itself, you're in a whole different class and category. Airbnb and the accommodation revenue is the beginning and is the lowest price. And you can make some pretty decent money there just doing that. When you put the rest of the business together, though, what happens is you put downward pressure on the accommodation rate. You do that two ways: by expanding and by building out your frequency and margin, increasing your conversion percentage and lead sources, etc. Puts nothing but downward pressure on the accommodation rate so that you can say charge, I don't know, you can advertise $17 a night. And now you're going to have people, but you also have systems in place to make sure that they buy the rest of the Happy Meal. That's what we're talking about. Building a business that then does that. And until you do, you're leaving money on the table at every area. That's how we get you there. That's why it takes time. And that's okay, because we're helping you to build something. Remember the original, the formula, I think it was the, if A equals B. That's what we said, right? If A equals, A equals C. If A equals C, right here, because this is what we talked about. If A equals C and if B equals C, therefore A equals B. So the choice, as we see it, is go to school, get good grades, get a job, do your best to contribute your labor, okay, and save $1 million, have that $1 million earn 7% to have $70,000 a year. Or learn to take your labor to build or buy assets, then sell the use of that asset, get 8 of those as fast as humanly possible. So now you've doubled your income. In theory, you've doubled your income from your job plus this. And then start buying more assets that also add, well, in this case, you want to lower your tax, your AGI or adjustable gross income, and increase your own income because you'll be able to buy more assets, real estate or otherwise. I like song rights and real estate and options and. Anyway, doesn't matter. My point is, you have the ability to intentionally build intergenerational wealth. Yes, you came here for short-term rentals, but ultimately what I like to talk about is helping men specifically earn more money. Why? Because I believe very strongly if men would do two things: believe and build, a lot of the challenges would go away. Believe that there's more for you than a 6-figure annual salary, and then build the vehicles, create them to go out there and take care of your family. You will lead. Build yourself into the leader you already desire to be. We just happen to use short-term rentals and real estate to do those things. And it happens to then, therefore, give you lots of resources and opportunities to live differently. And again, this isn't about more money. It's about how you earn your money. I need you to hear that. It's not about more money. It's about how you earn your money. Learning how to take your labor, build an asset, and have the asset produce the money as opposed to your labor each and every day is the game, set, and match. Because once you've learned how to do that, you can always do it. You can always know how to build an asset that creates value for the marketplace you're in, and then have that marketplace reward you with certificates of appreciation known as currency. Therefore, drop me in any country, whether I speak the language or not. What it comes down to is that exact same process. What does the marketplace care about me? Nothing. My solution? Everything. Great. Let me design a solution. Let me sell you the use of that solution. And then therefore solve my money problem. You don't have a money problem. You have an idea problem. Okay. To quickly recap, for those of you who want to get started with us, you like how this has gone for you today. Great. If you want to get started, go to cashflowdiary.com/start. It's a $97 call. That's on purpose because I only want to talk to the people who are ready and willing to move forward. Also, you can go to cashflowdiary.com/mastermind live. All right. That's where I think I went over it briefly. So I'm going to do it again really quickly. Boom. Where we take you on a year-long journey, because that's basically what it comes down to. We're going to work with you for a year to help you make sure that you get at least 4 short-term rentals, 1 private investor, 10 reservations, 2 landlord relationships, and achieve superhost status. Now, obviously, we expect you to do way better than that, but we just try to make it something that is tangible, that makes sense. With these 4 short-term rentals, we expect you, yes, to earn $3,200 per month of net income. And that last formula I just showed you is how we make sure and get you there. That's the checklist. It's the beginning of that checklist. But helping you to build private investors. For the first time, we're guaranteeing an additional $100,000 of investor capital for those of you who join. 2, landlord relationships, like I said, as well. Whether you have an existing business or brand new, no experience, we don't really care. We're going to show you how to get access to everything else you need. So if you don't have money after joining with us, that's fine. We're going to show you how to get everything else you need. If you think you're in a marketplace that doesn't work, also fine. We're going to show you how to work with the ordinance and be in compliance to get what you need. You don't know how to design? No problem. We've got the vendors across many different states and countries to assist and make these things happen. We're going to teach you how to use other people's property first, negotiating with the landlords and those leases, and then eventually owning the properties yourself, assuming that that's what you would want to do. So you can go to cashflowdiary.com/mastermind-live. Then you're going to click this little orange button when you do, and that'll take you to the purchase page, which will show you our weekly, monthly, and yearly option to be able to start again today. We'll send you the intake form. You'll get that filled out, and your dedicated accountability or dedicated consultant will contact you towards the beginning of the week. If you still want to talk first, that's completely fine. Go do that. What I want you to do is just go to cashflowdiary.com/start. cashflowdiary.com/start. That's what you're going to do. And when you go there, pick a time. You and I will talk. I would prefer to talk to most of you today. And again, for getting through today, we are sending you guys an 55-inch television. So 55-inch television for getting started today. Then for those of you who are paying in full, you get the extra the extra time with me. And also, if you've already scheduled your appointment, that's great. There's probably 1 or 2 more spots still available for today. Just go to cashflowdiary.com/start. So I'm gonna look through the chat one last time for any questions, and then we going to be done. Okay, looking for that. Okay, not seeing anything. 1 second, guys. I'm on the wrong. There we go. There we go. So I wasn't seeing any questions as it currently states, which is completely fine. With that being said, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to play one video. This is to give you guys time to go ahead and get those appointments on the calendar, or if you want to take advantage of the bonuses and whatnot, you'll be able to go ahead and do that as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play one video, and in this video, make sure I got it. Make sure I have it ready before I say that out loud. Yes. Okay. So I'm going to play this one video, and what it's going to do, it's just going to give you an overview of everything. Okay. In terms of the first 4 steps plus more that for those of you who also want to know what the rest of it looks like, just because you want to know what the rest of it looks like. For those of you who I'm going to talk to in a little bit, I look forward to talking to you soon. Hopefully you've learned something today. If you've been to all of these, you've already seen that they're different all the time. And ultimately, we're just looking forward to helping as many of you as we possibly can. All right. It's been fun talking to you guys today. Look forward to talking to you soon. Once this video stops, that'll be when we are done.
Hey guys, what I'm going to do is I want to go over the basic steps required to run a short-term rental. Now, how these steps are executed changes relative to your scale. So what you're doing at the beginning is different than what you would be doing once you say you have 5 bedrooms or 10 bedrooms or 50 or 100 even. Now, the intent is to know where you're going. Start with the end in mind. So if you already know that's where you're headed, you should start with the methods that are required for scale from the beginning. And as I've said before, a lot of what I'm going to go over is good for those who want scale. You only want 1 or 2, not so much. But these are the 10 things that I want to make sure that everybody understands, and that we're all on the same page as it relates to putting your business together. All right. So number one is simply knowing that you have to make sure, who do you want to serve? That should be no surprise at this point. We have the, I believe it's 6-page document. You should have that by now. If you already completed your 90-day action plan, you have some more clarity around that as well. That'll also go in here. Then you're going to go determine location. Then after you have the location, literally like where, not just like what city, but where in that city, down to the subdivision, you should be able to determine that as well. Then once you've determined the location, you've got your landlord, right? Because we're going to start with and focus on renting spaces first before we move to purchasing real estate long term. And then last, or not last, but next, now that you got the landlord, the next step is to actually lease the property, right? If you never lease the property, then obviously you can't make any money. You make $0 on a property that you do not own or control. $0 on a property that you do not own or control. Then we're going to move over here and adequately begin the move-in process. Now, this is the part that a lot of people get stuck on or sometimes take way too long and they lose a lot of money here, because this can be 72 hours from lease signing to operations. Now, and that's making the assumption that the day you sign the lease is also the day you take possession. Okay, sometimes you can sign the lease for a future possession date, which is always recommended if you can, especially when it comes to your design team. But we're going to talk more about all of these steps. And then next is market. This is the one that a lot of people want to start with. When I say market, making it known that the property is available at the price, what the amenities, features, all of those types of things are. This is where we begin to use the software, tech stack, tools, etc. So the market, the property, and then the part that everybody also wants to focus on is the money. How do I make the money, Jay? How much do I charge? And how do I begin to have reservations? Because that's really what we're talking about. But in this section, we're also going to talk about a formula that helps you maximize the money that's possible, not only from a unit, but from your entire portfolio. That formula also is how you will diagnose issues as, okay? Right here, we've got, as you can see, who do you want to serve? You've got your location. So you've got, and then landlord, lease, move in, market, money. And now what we're going to do is go to the next steps, which is reset. Okay. This is another place where things can get a little wonky for some people sometimes, because what it simply means is after someone stays there, what's the process to make the location, the property look like no one has stayed there for the next guest? And there's a number of things that happen, yes, at the property, but also behind the scenes and internally that you need to be doing and track. Then what it comes down to is review. This is where a lot of people are dropping the ball for their business. What do I mean by that? Oftentimes, what it comes down to is that you are getting new customers from the OTAs. So your Airbnbs, your booking.coms, etc. But you should always be building your own database, because at some point you want people to come back to you direct, because that, again, the beginning of where the real relationship is, where the real money is inside this business, is inside of the direct relationship as you are able to secure them. So that's literally what we want to make sure that you actually get done. Then the fun part is repeat. So inside the step of repeating, obviously it means do it all again. But for those of you, if you ever had any sort of military experience, part of the repeat is what they call an AAR, after action report. So you don't want to just keep doing the same thing over and over again, especially if what was not going well was broken, right? But you want to begin to analyze the business. What went well, what didn't go well, what should we get rid of, what should we keep? It becomes a part of the process. What ends up happening, all said together, you end up with these 10, whoops, made it a little too small. You end up with these 10 steps, okay? This is pretty much how the business is ran, whether it is 1 unit or 100. You're doing all of these things and you're doing them repeatedly, okay? Over and over again. This yellow stuff is really what's tied to your expansion, if you will. So you're adding more and more location, right? This over here in the orange is pretty much tied to the public side of your operation. So customer facing, what your customer is going to see a lot of. And then The what's in green is really what internal. So this is all of your support teams, etc., your relationships with the OTAs, your vendors, construction. Anyway, there's a ton of teams, ton of things. And what we're going to do is we're going to break all this down, but I wanted to give you an idea holistically, if you will, of how the entire business works or works together or looks like or should look like as you continue to build, as we continue to construct and make the business be what it's supposed to be. So you're always going to be doing these 10 steps, or I should say more accurately, as your business grows, somebody is always going to be doing these 10 steps. And all of those steps can be scaled and designed to work in multiple jurisdictions. So you don't, at the beginning, yes, you're going to be near where you live. Over time, you can scale to more and more locations, further and further away as you're used to running the system. So I'm hoping this quick overview helped you in some way, shape, or form.